in the modern ways of wastewater management.
Konza is a model city that the country is relying on to be able to show people across the country how cities can manage their water, their environment. And so, you know, we have actually many tours now happening at Konza for people to come and see how we're building, what is going on, how the infrastructure is being put in place.
Members of the National Assembly Committee on ICT, whose chairman is Marakwet West MP William Kisang, visited the Konza Technopolis for a fact-finding mission, and this was their impression of the project.
We are very happy with what is going on here at Konza, and we are promising as a committee that we'll continue to appropriate money to Konza so that we realize the dream of those who came up with this concept initially.
Their visit followed a similar visit by the Cabinet Secretary for Foreign Affairs and International Trade, Rachel Omamo.
We are here to project the innovative potential of our country, to let the world know, and to ensure that those who come with a believable, bankable projects early, and they don't need to go back and think again. They've already heard the story clearly and they're able to move quickly.
This is a Vision 2030 project, so it's not one where you can say it will end on this day, because there is what we are doing as government in terms of the horizontal infrastructure. And I believe that with the partners that we have and the contractors, we will be able to meet the deadline. We're trying to do this even before 2022. But we've got also then the different partners and people who are coming to build their own facilities. This is the vertical infrastructure. There's the universities, the hospitals, the accommodation. So all those are also now progressing.
Wiper Democratic Movement Party leader Kalonzo Musyoka also visited the project as both local and international leaders continued to express confidence in the project. During his visit, Israeli ambassador to Kenya
who is it? Humaira Sajad. Sajad pia ni nini?
Now with this difficult name, I hope you're not. If we check Tony Kamashad, Tony Mwanza.
Tony Mwanza is here. I know him.
Ushamad.
Tony
Mwanza.
Lucas, do I allow the other users to join?
Yes,
huh?
allow the other users.
Okay.
Lucas, how is the quality? You can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you clearly.
And feasibility?
Is also okay.
Okay.
No, it's blood.
What's black? You want me to make some changes?
Just enable your audio, your video again.
Is that better?
Yeah, it is better now. It is actually better now. Yeah.
Was it better before or no?
It is better now.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. We can see the CEO. Maybe you can say something.
Hi, June. Let's select all the other CEOs to be online. I can see Peter All is there. Alan, but I can't see their videos.
They can switch on their Bluetooth kindly. Omwanza, Daktari, we can't hear you. Dr. Omwanza, we can see you lifting your tie. It is a good tie, it's fine. We like it. All right. Hi, Peter.
Are you good, June?
Yes, I'm good. Dr. Omwanza, we can't hear you.
Dr. Mwanza.
Eric? Yes, you are not.
Hi, Helen.
Activate your video.
We reflect your
panel.
That's okay. We just need to be sure that when you come in, we can see you and we can hear you, Tabi. There's an echo from your end. I don't know whether it's your room.
Do you still
We hope you'll activate your video though.
I will, in time.
Okay.
Cheers. Bye.
It would be great to be sure that you're fine. We could see you and test your video, your voice as well. I think there's a functionality that blocked her.
So it's mainly about two things. I think the audio, the way you select your microphone. So you must select a microphone, not the earphones or.
Hello, Eva.
So thank you, CEO. I think to our panelists, if you've shared your presentation, then we've already uploaded. So what will happen when you're presenting, all you'll do is just to move next because you have the rights to go to the next slide. So we'll share the presentation on the platform. You'll have an option to scroll to the next slide as you present. So Eba, I hope we already have your presentation.
Francesca was sending it this morning, so it's important. It's the last version. If you can confirm that it's uploaded.
Okay, then let me confirm that.
Otherwise, I can put it here.
So June, can you recap for us the program?
If you show the slide, I can confirm to you that it's the right one just by seeing slide 3.
Sorry, see you. Yes, very good afternoon. We are beginning our session shortly. You can see attendees are, joining in fast and furious. We're hoping to start off the session as per the program in the next maybe 5 minutes. Once we hit about 100 users, we are expecting slightly more than 500. So we would just allow a few more minutes for them to join.
Sorry, and here at the beginning, we just disconnect now the camera, right? And then I simply connect when it's my time, right?
It will be great to just stay on so that the people who are attending don't feel like they're speaking to, so that we are able to connect with the audience.
Okay, so we stay on already at the beginning when John is starting.
Yes.
With the camera. Okay.
Yes. Let's just try all to be on the camera. We've managed to mute all the attendees. They're unable to show their faces, anything. So it's just this team, and therefore it will be great to keep the cameras on so that we can continue engaging, and they seem to be having a conversation with the real human than them feeling that they're speaking to, they're following a screen.
Mm-hmm. Yes. So is Luca confirming that the presentation is with you?
Yes, we have all the presentation. Lucas and Erica are having the presentation.
Oh.
And it's the version right?
Eba, where you are, there's a bit of an echo. Can you check?
Yes, I would like to be able to choose the microphone, but I don't see an option to say which one I want to have on. So I'm not sure which microphone is taking. If you know how to do that, that would be great.
Eric?
So I try now your network.
Eric?
Eba, I think we recommend we use your mic from the laptop directly so that you don't have to connect to the earpiece.
Yeah, I have this one with me, but I'm not sure it's picking it. And the laptop, it depends if you hear me well, then that's probably the one it's taking, because I don't have the settings to see
You're now
where...
clear. You're now clear.
Is it clear? Okay.
Yes.
So maybe it's a matter of others unmuting when one speaks, right? Okay.
Thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the International Association of Science Parks and Areas of Innovation, African Forum Division. We are happy to have amazing speakers from the IASP head office to other parts of the globe in Africa, and we are happy to host this forum as Kenya. And we will begin shortly the session. Thank you for joining us. Kindly give us 2 more minutes as we allow attendees to get to 100 so that we can kick off our session. I'll be your MC and I will moderate our session, and my name is June Chikime. We request you to hold on for another 5 more minutes, then we kick off. Thank you. Once again, welcome to the International Association of Science Parks and Areas of Innovation, Africa Division Forum. Allow me to start off by explaining what IASP is. International Association of Science Parks and Areas of Innovation is an independent, non-profit, non-governmental, membership-based organization with a worldwide network, and the association is a leader in network in science parks and areas of innovation spaces. And its key role is to coordinate and activate network of professionals that manage areas of innovation, science, technology, and parks. Its role also is meant to enhance new business opportunities for companies and research organizations located in their membership area. The Kenyan team, please play the national anthem.
My voice is reducing to share.
Thank you. We are a member of East African Community, and at this juncture, we would like to play the East African Community Anthem. Eric, kindly play the East African Community Anthem.
So here's...
Twaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Uzalendo pia mshikamano viwe msingi wa umoja wetu, na tulinde uhuru na amani, mila zetu na desturi zetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Viwandani na hata mashambani, tufanye kazi sote kwa makini, tujitoe kwa hali na mali, tuijenge jumuiya bora. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to request us to take a moment in remembrance of our brothers in East Africa community, Tanzania, who lost their president last evening. Thank you. May his soul rest in peace. Ladies and gentlemen, Konza Technopolis Development Authority is a science park in Kenya, and would like to take this opportunity to welcome you to magical Kenya.
The wait is over. After what seemed like endless months and weeks of staying at home, it's time to once again take to travel the world. It's time to go on an adventure, relax, unravel, and unwind. At Magical Kenya, we have missed you. And while you were away, a lot happened. Our rhino population increased in number. The vast plains of the Mara became greener. And we reviewed our health and safety protocols to ensure a safe travel to destination Kenya in the new normal. We have put in place all the necessary measures to make your travel safe and relaxed, from your flight to your hotel of choice, or even as you head out for a game drive, nothing has been left to chance. And there's quite a lot of catch-up to do. Come experience the great wildebeest migration at the Masai Mara. Or if you're into aquatic escapades, then the incredible whale migration at the coast awaits you. So pack up your bags and get ready to spoil yourself to an exciting adventure as you rediscover the true magic of Kenya. Magical Kenya. Rediscover the magic.
Welcome to Magical Kenya, welcome to Kenya, and welcome to Konza Technopolis. Introducing Engineer John Tanui, the Chief Executive Officer of Konza Technopolis. You must be wondering what Konza Technopolis is all about. We'll briefly take you through what Konza Technopolis, as the CEO of Konza, is getting ready to give his welcome remarks. All right. That seems to be taking long to play. I would like to invite Engineer John Tanui to welcome us to this meeting.
Thank you, June, and our chief guests who are here today, our CS of ICT, Tom Musheru, our PS of ICT, Chiromo Chieng, and also the PS of Education, Napukwesi, and the CEO of IASP, Eba Lund, our Africa Division CEO, President, my colleagues, the CEOs from several science parks in Africa, Alan Boswan, Peter Hall, and also our colleague from Nigeria, who is also our president. It's a great afternoon here from Kenya to welcome you all to this very important webinar. This is the first time Kenya is hosting the Africa Division workshop of International Association of Science Parks and Areas of Innovation. It's quite an important event for us, especially coming soon recently with the establishment of African Free Trade Area. And so this conversation about science parks and how it can help the African economy to recover and even transform itself. So I welcome you all to this very important discussion today. And it's coming with the background of the pandemic that has affected our world at this time. And so this conversation is going to be very critical to us across Africa. And also we have in today's participation several countries. I believe the statistics we have over 30 countries represented in this webinar today. We have registration over 500 who are we expecting to join us. At the moment, we have over 135 already locked in. And this is going to be an exciting moment for us to discuss this event. Now it's my pleasure to invite my colleagues also to introduce themselves, who we are jointly convening this African Division workshop. My colleagues from the other science parks from Africa. I will start with my colleague Alan Boswan, who will introduce himself and briefly tell us about the African Division Innovation Hub.
Thank you very much, Engineer Tanui.
Alan, you are muted. Alan, can you unmute yourself? Sorry, you can proceed now.
Thank you very much, Engineer Tanui. I hope you can hear me now. Well, let me say all protocol observed in terms of the dignitaries who are joining in from Kenya and from other parts of Africa. On behalf of Botswana Innovation Hub, let me introduce myself and say that my name is Alan Boswan. I'm the CEO of Botswana Innovation Hub. We are a very proud member of the network of the International Association of Science Parks, Africa Division. We find it very necessary to continue the networking and the collaboration. We think it, coming from a relatively small country, we believe very strongly in forging the networks and continuing to work on deepening collaboration. Let me say that a 57-hectare science and technology park. Sorry, I think there's a bit of.
So, sorry for that, Alan. You can proceed, but at some point allow us to go through the video.
Yeah, but I was saying that we are a 57-hectare science and technology park, which is situated near the international airport in our capital here. We have broadly 4 areas that we picked as being most impactful on our work, our developmental work. ranging from biotechnology. We are focusing on life sciences, our agriculture, industry, health issues. But we are also focused in the current time on the digital economy and ICT. Thirdly, we want to create linkages to the mining sector and deepening innovation in that sector. Fourth, our major area is in clean technology, sustainability issues. So we've had quite a journey in the years past where we started off and we learned a lot from this network. We started off with creating the physical infrastructure of the park. We more or less reached a very advanced stage in that on the park itself, there are very important national infrastructure. We bought what we call our ICON building. Was a very ambitious development, a 24,000 square meter premises, where we are beginning to see, various important activities such as incubation, acceleration, specialized laboratories, and so on coming up. But adjacent to our central building, we do have other national infrastructure coming up, a national data center, a four-star hotel complex, and so on and so on. So in terms of the physical infrastructure, we have made fantastic progress. But most importantly, and the message that I want to share this morning to the colleagues in other parts of Africa is that we've to readjust, refocus our thinking on how do we play a more dynamic role in energizing, beyond physical infrastructure, the innovation system itself, and what schemes do we do. In this regard, we have played a role in fostering, creating the culture of innovation. We know that we were coming from a relatively low base in terms of some of the metrics that are used, the World Economic Forum and so on. But we have created important collaboration networks that are beginning to yield the fruits in terms of new products, new services, new innovative companies. So year by year, we host networking events, collaborations, and so on. We do have our subsidiary structure, which is an incubation acceleration platform called the First Steps Venture Center, which is well underway. And under their work, we have seen the beginnings of some of the innovators that we work with in Botswana beginning to go regional, beginning to go international, and shining on the international stage, which has given us a great pride. Some of these have been focused on women in innovation. I think as of this year, some of our women innovators excelled in the L'Oreal Women in Science Awards. As we proceed, one other important dimension of our work has been in innovation funding. Funding is the lifeblood of innovation. So under the Botswana Innovation Hub, we started up a fund which we administer and adjudicate called the Botswana Innovation Fund. Thus far, we have earmarked approximately in dollar equivalents, it would be about $4 or $5 million to this fund, and have been granting seed grants on a competitive basis, annually or at more regular intervals than that. So that's an activity that's well underway. And through this fund, we use it to create a demand side to innovation. In other words, I'm talking about creating challenges for other, to solve challenges of a national nature. So that work is underway. The other area that I would highlight is that this fund has enabled us to set up regional and African-wide collaborations. February 2021, we've signed a fantastic partnership with the African Academy of Science, where through their Grand Challenges initiative, we are able to get expertise, research collaborations, innovation collaborations with experts from other parts of the continent. And I note that the African Academy of Science is headquartered there in Nairobi. So we continue to hope that this work will foster the necessary regional or international collaborations. As we proceed with implementing the vision of Botswana Innovation Hub, as being part of the vision of Botswana being to foster a knowledge-based economy, an economy that it moves less from extraction and mining and primary industries into one where people can own their intellectual property, their copyrights, trademarks, patents, and so on, and begin to develop products that can be tradable in the continent. We will focus on, let me say, point number one, we will continue to focus on deepening the culture of innovation with particular emphasis on the digital economy and making sure that innovation plays a role in this and that public sector, private sector are fully involved in terms of putting all hands to deck and creating new products and services. Secondly, we'll continue to develop the park. In a relatively small country, it's necessary to form a central point where infrastructure is coordinated, is centralized, and is able to pool its resources. We are part of the special economic zone. So I'm very confident that in the years ahead, Botswana Innovation Hub will play a role in the further development of the country. Speaking to the theme of today's meeting, which is around the African free trade, continental free trade area, Botswana has also, like your countries, acceded to this important instrument. And it's very clear to observe at various fora that people are looking, including innovators. How do we as citizens, how do we as entrepreneurs participate? And therefore, my view is that a forum such as this is one of the ways in which people reach out to each other with practical concepts and ideas. And I feel that one of the ways in which we are going to achieve faster progress is perhaps creating joint projects between our countries where, you know, experts, research experts, innovators can play a joint role. This is very important. And so on that note, I hope that following my brief intro, you will just get a picture of the kind of innovators that we've been able to work with. I think we've selected two amongst our number, just to give you an intro clip of what kind of activities they're involved with and what kind of potential partnership opportunities exist. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alan, for bringing very clearly what you are doing and also presenting the potential for us to work together, join projects, bring the entire of Africa to address our challenges. Just to conclude on Alan's, we can play a clip and then we will be going to the South Africa, that's Peter Hall. So just play the clip of Botswana.
The highlight of today was being in the presence of dignitaries, honorable ministers, and a high-level launch. EcoHub goes back to 2017, having done an IP-protected eco brick that has built this class and is also going to help all Naledi residents since it's affordable. So we are not only doing public buildings, our flagship is actually in the residential sector. So the next milestone will be launching a house at Old Naledi. But today, I must say, I'm still overwhelmed, lost for words, but also inspired that keep on pushing. They also have lips for extension. Then you also can stack them up.
Thank you very much. Let's play the Innovation Hub clip. Sorry, I think we need to play the South African clip.
Ministers and a high-level launch.
To look at a challenge and see a solution requires a mind that can look at problems and see hope. A better way. A new approach. An idea, no matter how important, can't reach its full potential if left alone. That's why we provide those who look beyond problems with the help they need to turn their potential into action. To serve as a catalyst for knowledge interactions that transform emerging ideas into economic opportunities. That's why we guide today, so that you can build tomorrow.
The Innovation Hub, a subsidiary of the Gauteng Growth and Development Agency. Find out more at theinnovationhub.com.
Thank you very much. We can have now Peter to speak to us about the Innovation Hub in South Africa.
Thank you, Engineer John and Ms. Shabani, our African President, and EBA Lund, the International Association of Science Park CEO. I think Alan already alluded to the fact that a platform of this nature is very important, and looking at Alan's video and looking at my video, you can see a lot of synergies that we have on the African continent. Alan also spoke about partnerships, but let me start by introducing myself. My name is Peter Hall. I'm the CEO of the Innovation Hub in South Africa. Basically, we have a 60-hectare space at the Innovation Hub, and you would have seen from that video clip, there's a lot of open land parcels still available. We are now also on an aggressive type of a strategy to develop the land to its full capacity, so that we have a fully fleshed science and technology park. So that basically is from a property point of view. Now, the Innovation Hub basically was established way back in 1999 through a partnership at that stage with the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research, the CSIR, and also the Gauteng provincial government in our state. We're a provincial entity. And next door to us, we've got the University of Pretoria. So the Innovation Hub was established then to support sustainable development, also to improve the competitiveness of the region and improve and promote economic growth. Now, through indigenous information and communication technologies and ventures using a science and technology park as a vehicle, we try to develop infrastructure, which we've done. We've set up the basic infrastructure. We stimulate development of high technology business by housing high-tech firms and institutions, as well as other essential ingredients such as incubators, venture capital funds that will form the basis for a world-class innovation corridor. In South Africa, we also talk about an African Silicon Valley or a regional innovational district or corridor, which we are working towards now to establish.
Sorry, Peter.
Yes.
You're not scrolling your slides, so kindly just use the arrow to move to the next.
Okay, let me just the slide.
There's an option. Yes.
Okay, there's the option.
Yes.
All right.
Yes. Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Okay. Yes. Right. Let me just skip that one. Okay. So there I've already indicated how we were established. Now, the mandate of the Innovation Hub is very important. We are a provincial entity responsible for the conceptualization, implementation, and support of innovation and incubation programs within our region. Now, the mandate is also to include full development and operations of the Innovation Hub Management Company. Now, what we're trying to do is support of economic development, creating new business opportunities, promoting a culture of innovation and competitiveness, fostering entrepreneurship and incubating new innovative companies, sourcing and implementing relevant innovations. That is very important for economic growth. And also what is very important, you need to provide attractive spaces and accommodation for these knowledge-based companies. And then obviously, the last main focus is enhancing the synergy between the industry, government, academic, and research institutions. That is your value chain. Without that, you are going to have it very difficult to achieve your goals. I'm not going to go through all the slides, but I think this is a very important slide. Since we now in this conference, the role of science and technology parks. So the Innovation Hub is a science and technology park. According to the International Association of Science Park Areas of Innovation, obviously we are all, the majority of us are members. These are highly specialized type of areas, and we play a key role in economic development. And obviously, we adhere to all these principles set by the IASP in order to be a science and technology park. So we're not just an office park. We declare and we promote ourselves as a science and technology park based on the guidelines of IASP. And what is important is we work in a global network that gathers many thousands of innovative companies, research institutions throughout the world. And being part of the IASP also gives us that network and that opportunity to engage at that level. Let me just go to the next slide. So I thought, let me bring in this slide for purposes of this session also. What are we trying to respond to? What are the issues, the problems being addressed, and how we address that? I'm not going to go through all of them. I think our problems are not unique. It's problems that we're all experiencing. We're trying, there's market and system fixing relating to transformational intervention. We all know the high cost and entry barriers for market entry. Second issue, building of empowering industry to perform better. We know all the industries are in distress, especially in the technology field. But I think COVID also has posed a lot of challenges, but also opportunities. So these are the issues that we're trying to address, the problems and how we want to address them. Now, introduce innovation to address societal and economic challenges is very, very key and instrumental. So this is what the Innovation Hub is trying or achieving to do. Well, there's just basically our value proposition. We support innovators to turn their potential into action as a catalyst for knowledge interaction that transform emerging ideas into economic opportunities. And I think that's very, very important if you look at disruptive technologies. The transformation there is critical. There's our focus areas. I think Alan also mentioned these focus areas. We're focusing on the bioeconomy, the green economy, and the smart industries. So in bioeconomy, we focus on the health sector and agro-processing. In green economy, we focus on water, waste, and energy. And in smart industries, obviously, that's all your IT-related technology. We are now, we've just had an entrepreneur who have now managed to film their own animation project, which is a movie that will be shown very soon. And that company was also incubated through the Innovation Hub, through our smart industries, because we're looking at augmented reality, virtual reality, and then obviously the creative industries and the technologies involved in the creative industries. Well, I thought let me also just bring in this slide. I think this slide is critical. And this is what the World Economic Forum has indicated recently. COVID-19 is pushing companies. So 83% scale to remote work, 84% has accelerate digitalization, and 50% to accelerate automation. And obviously, we need to evaluate our current business models. We need to do things differently. And this is where the science and technology parks are playing a very, very instrumental role. The next slide, I'm almost done. The next slide, I thought let me also bring that in, is how do we respond in South Africa? And if I say South Africa, let me rather rephrase to say in Africa. How should we respond to economic reconstruction and recovery plan? Obviously, we all know we need to create jobs, to reindustrialize our economy, create economic reforms, fight crime, corruption, improve the capability of the state. That's what we identified as South Africa's economic recovery plan. And then the key focus areas that we are looking into to deal with the economic recovery plan from a technology point of view, and where the Innovation Hub as a science and technology park would play an instrumental role, is in energy security, industrial base to create jobs, mass public employment programs, infrastructure development, and that's the expansion of the park, microeconomic interventions, and then the green economy. That now plays a huge role. You all know about load shedding in South Africa. We've got a lot of load shedding now currently. The power utility cannot supply the power or meet the demand. So there's a lot of opportunity for our entrepreneurs in the green economy. And then obviously food security, and then also reviving the tourism sector. And reviving the tourism sector, that is from a technological point of view also. How can the Innovation Hub or Science and Technology assist the tourism sector to revive the economy? The next slide.
So Peter, be concluding.
Yeah. So the next slide, I'm not going to, that's our focus areas. I just want to add one or two I've already spoken to that. We've got an open IX solution platform. I just want to go to my concluding remarks quickly. What we've done in South Africa also is that we've expanded our service offerings of the Innovation Hub to our rural areas. So we don't only have a main campus, we've got satellite innovation centers throughout our rural areas in order to bring innovation and that type of opportunities closer to the community, so they all don't need to travel to one office. I just want to go to my concluding slide quickly. Okay. Yeah, so I think this is very important also for purposes of this session. I think we need to acknowledge we've got tough times ahead to recover the economy. Doing more with less, forging partnerships, I think Alan already alluded to that. It's very critical for us in order to be successful that we forge partnerships with our brothers and sisters on the African continent, but also from Europe and the Americas. The assessment of current business and operational model against changing environment. We're looking at virtual incubation now. Should we not also have a hybrid approach when it comes to the science and technology park operations? Yes, there are some work that you cannot only do virtually. So you would have to adopt a hybrid approach. So we're looking at that option also. And then the International Association of Science Park Network is critical to all of us. And this will increase investment and trade in the science and technology in Africa. I mean, the information that we get from IASP regularly ensures that we also adopt that in our strategies. And then lastly, I think the African Continental Free Trade Area has the potential to increase employment opportunities and incomes, and it will help to expand opportunities for all Africans. And it is expected to lift around 68 million people out of the poverty. So I think part of this session, the African Continental Free Trade, I think this session is very important for this. How can we leverage on what exists and how can we expand? So John, thank you very much. I think that's in a nutshell what the innovation hub.
Thank you very much, Peter. Thank you for bringing clearly what you are doing at South Africa. Quite impressive work, both even at the regional level, connecting to the rest of the country, and even contributing to what we are looking at to work together at Africa level. We will have a brief clip about Kenya and
so here's to the achievers, the believers in more. You see world-class office space. We see launchpads to extraordinary startups and profitable organizations. You see a hefty financial investment. We see unprecedented revenues and profits. You see people. We see human capital and thousands of employment opportunities. You see some vacant land. We see the possibility of growth and development like nothing seen before. You see golden plaques. We see validation that our vision is truly becoming a reality. You see plans. We see a Silicon Savannah powered by Africa's winning spirit and Kenya's industriousness. You see world-class infrastructure. We see technology, science, and expertise at work to create the most sustainable environment that they could be. You see a city. We see a place where quality of life is a given. Konza Technopolis. Technology in the service of humanity.
Thank you. Konza Technopolis project is a product of what we call the Vision 2030 Blueprint Transformation Agenda of Kenya, which has three key pillars. One is economic transformation, social and political. And Konza Technopolis is one of the flagship projects we have under the economic pillar. And main objective is to play a very critical role for bringing a new economic driver for our country. And there are a lot of efforts that the country has done to put up structures, institutions that will help to transform our country in that direction, to bring in innovation, technology, and knowledge economy. And our vision is to be a global technology and innovation hub. And so this forum is quite very important for us today to connect as Africa, and also to bring other science parks across the world, and also to have International Association of Science Parks with us. Our context represented in our mission is that we are building a smart city and also an innovation ecosystem that will make a contribution towards knowledge economy of Kenya. To achieve this vision, we have two key pillars that we need to work on. And one of it is the infrastructure, the Technopolis infrastructure and the services. And this entails the building the context of our city, because we are a science park, a place of innovation, and also in a context of a city. And we are also a special economic zone. So we are looking at world-class infrastructure and services. The second pillar is about innovation and knowledge economy. And with these two key pillars, we will be able to work towards our vision to be a global technology and innovation hub. There are three main key clusters that we are focusing at as Konza Technopolis. That is the ICT, and the ITES, that's IT-enabled services. So this is the key area that we are focusing at Konza Technopolis. The second pillar is, the second cluster is engineering, and the third one is life sciences. Let us mute, please. So in each of these clusters, we have three main activities which happens in each of these clusters. And the main activity is research and development. So we seek to attract research facilities in this location. We seek to have educational activities, and also to have commercial development. This is enterprises that will run in this ecosystem. So this represents what we are doing at the Konza Technopolis as a country, and we are working in collaboration with many other agencies within the country in a united way to improve the innovation ecosystem of the country. We have in this forum a representation from Kenya National Innovation Agency. We work also with the National Council of Science, Technology and Innovation. We have also Research Fund. We have Ministry of Education, Ministry of Industry, Ministry of Health, all of us working and to look at how to address the national challenges and using Konza as such a platform. When we look at the African free trade, we see the opportunity of opening up connectivity amongst us so that there is more interconnection, as trade is being looked as one of the key things to interconnect and open trade amongst African nations. It's also a great opportunity that will enable talent across Africa, and as even mentioned by my earlier colleagues when they spoke, joint projects that we can do, and it will enable expertise to travel and interconnect amongst ourselves. The other opportunity we see is bringing together the African science and technology parks into the same table with the economic decision makers and stakeholders, and providing our science parks to be platforms that can be used to address national challenges, even during this period of COVID, where we can see more research being done in our science parks. And this is a journey that we are looking to work together as an African continent, and also in partnership with the other science parks across the world, and also under the great umbrella of International Association of Science Parks and Areas of Innovation. So at Conza Technopolis, this is what we are doing, and we are looking forward in the next times where we can host you physically at Conza Technopolis. So I'll stop at that and ask that we have the clip for Nigeria to be played. And thereafter, we will have our Yabani to speak about the Abuja Technology Village, and also as our Africa Division President to take up from there. Let's have the Abuja Technology Village clip. Lucas or June, let's have the clip for Abuja Technology Village, but if it takes time.
CEO, it's a presentation. It's a presentation. Madam Hawa can take it up. It's a presentation.
Hawa, please, welcome. You are muted, Hawa. Please unmute yourself. Hawa, we can't hear you. Sorry, Hawa, you are muted. Please unmute yourself first. Thank you. Hawa, you can speak now. You are muted again. You are muted, Hawa. Hawa, we can't hear you. We're having challenges hearing Hawa.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, Hawa. Good.
Perfect. Okay. It's like I lost control of the, of the muting and unmuting. So sorry about that. Good morning. Good afternoon. My name is Hawa Yabani. I'm the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Abuja Technology Village Free Zone Company. I'm presently the Africa Division President of the IASP, among other very interesting role in the innovation ecosystem. Abuja Technology Village is a large-scale park under development here in Nigeria to provide a balanced lifestyle environment for tenants from focus sectors of biotechnology, energy, minerals, and ICT. It is also a special economic zone offering benefits including tax and custom duty waivers, among others. The park is strategically located in almost equal proximity between the Abuja International Airport and the Abuja City Center. It is a neighbor to other science and technology institutions that collectively occupy an emerging super corridor in the Federal Capital Territory. Sorry, I'm trying to get. Among the major achievements of the Abuja Technology Village are the infrastructure-ready space within which we're beginning to onboard developers for various interesting projects worth over $350 million at present, as well as a business incubator called Inspire that provides support services to local startups and contributing to the nation's economic development.
so sorry. Give me a second, please. My system is okay. Bear with me for just a second, please. My system is.
I want to move to the next slide. There is an arrow below. Just press next.
Okay, actually, I'm working with a brief that is written and it's just hooked for some odd reason. But give me a second. I'll bring it back up.
You can continue just speaking probably about the park and the rest of our African division as you wait for the issue to be resolved.
Okay. So sorry about that. It's been resolved. I had to restart it. So I was talking about the major achievements of the park, that we are an infrastructure-ready space so far, within which we are beginning to onboard developers of various interesting projects, as well as a business incubator called Inspire that provides support services to local startups and hence contributing to the nation's economic development. We're also executing very strategic arrangements that are further positions to play a significant role in innovation-driven national development. There are many opportunities that we offer for collaboration within the Abuja Technology Village, including but not limited to experience exchange, business incubation and entry support, establishing presence in build-to-suit or upcoming tenant properties in the Science and Tech Park, access to angel investmentship and funding, as well as investments in prime real estate, green energy and transport solutions, agro-processing, smart city initiatives, maker spaces, warehouse facilities, etc. We're at a point where we are, seriously engaging with prospective investors and partners in these very interesting projects. Resources, we believe, both financial and human, are indeed quite limited, as mentioned or alluded to by my colleagues, and one finds that all the African science and technology initiatives, including STPs, are after very limited pools of these resources. It is certain that we do not need them to invent wheels in some aspects and would benefit immensely from as little information knowledge sharing in projects across the country, jointly planning and financing some of these projects, providing market and support to startups from other countries, and so many other things. So I'll move right on to, this is a very level overview of the village itself. I'm moving right on to provide or give my opening remark for the webinar. So once again, very good morning from Abuja, Nigeria, and I thank you for joining us at this first web forum of the IASP Africa Division. The division is one of 7 under the IASP that has been acting under the leaderships of subject matter experts in Africa, including Jama Jivikwa from Namibia, Dr. Klein Sibanda from South Africa, who will be joining us to moderate the second part today's program, and my predecessor, Alan Bashwine from Botswana, who also spoke earlier today. Previous events of the Africa Division have been in person, and as customary, these were hosted by various members of the division, including my organization, the Abuja Technology Village Free Zone Company, some years ago. Our last seminar was at the Innovation Hub in Pretoria, South Africa, back in 2019, led by Peter Hall, who also spoke earlier today. Though we planned several initiatives to run through 2020, these were unfortunately impeded by the global pandemic until recently when Konza Technopolis accepted to get us started with this forum by our dear colleague, Engineer John Tenue. Today's forum on the place of science and technology parks in Africa's recovery and the aims of the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement is timely in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic, which has affected lives and livelihoods and led to a global economic slowdown. Key areas that today's discussions cover include an overview of the challenges faced in Africa, the role that science and technology parks play in innovation, charting a continent-wide direction on how STPs can lead us towards economic delivery, activities of collaboration and coordination by the STPs taking cognizance of the free trade agreement. The fact that the pandemic cannot be overstated. It has been reported to have caused more than 30% of small businesses in Africa to fail, thereby begging answers to the question on how innovation can and should be driven in the COVID-19 era and how STPs can drive this much-needed innovation change in Africa. There needs to be a collective and coordinated approach to driving economic recovery on the continent, especially as there are encouraging reasons why. For example, technology startups continue to emerge and grow as the adoption of digital solutions and services are more important now than ever, not just for businesses, for everyone, and not just for Africa, but the world at large. As I mentioned in my recent forum, the pandemic has reinforced the importance of a digitally enhanced society to mitigate crises and enable needs of living, especially for Africa with its estimated population of over 1.3 billion people, the majority of whom are the youth. And it is also comparatively, and it also has comparatively poor level of development. Digital transformation presents an opportunity for Africa to provide more value in new ways, thereby leapfrogging conventional development trajectories and accelerating its social and economic advancement. The Africa digital transformation is just beginning, and there are many startups emerging across the continent that are bringing new ideas to old problems since smartphones. These are making one very optimistic that the number and quality of ventures built all around the continent will only continue to scale up. With the ratification of the free trade agreement, the continent has become a large trading bloc of billions of people that stand to benefit from the various STPs and areas of innovation that can be created by the IASP Africa division. As well captured information memo for this web forum, the IASP Africa division can support to build an economic recovery path that is more resilient and responsive to the continent's needs by making the regions and tax to work on the innovation agenda at a continent level. This forum is therefore the beginning of a time for seeing innovation-driven solution building for Africa from common lenses and working together to achieve our largely common goals. I will not take more from the content agenda for the day and will want to very quickly acknowledge the presence and welcome some of our very distinguished speakers and panel members, including Ebel, the CEO of the IASP, Dr. Mal Pari of Surrey Research Park, the CEO, Zhu Teng from Zhugankun Software Park, I hope I pronounced this correctly, Alberto Mina of Milano Innovation District, Patro Tipo, head of the Science Innovation Biovac South Africa, Mr. Henri Mogeni, Associate Research Scientist at Epidemiology, Public Health Innovation and Clinical Development Unit of the National Institute, Dr. Rethabile Melamu, Innovation Hub, and Dr. John James Marie Kimotho from the Innovation and Division of Emory, of course, and my fellow CEOs from the division that I mentioned earlier. Before I get us started, I have two important announcements I'll mention very quickly. The first is IASP 2021 Inspired Program that is open for entries from all STPs areas of innovation. This is a knowledge sharing initiative which recognizes excellence within the world of science and areas of innovation management and gives visibility to the best project initiatives run by these sparks of innovation to help support their companies and communities. 3 competitively selected solutions will be announced live at the next IASP World Conference that will take place virtually from 28th to 30th of September 2021. The entries will be received up to 5th April 2021. For those of you that are interested in participating, please feel free to contact the host or the IASP directly to receive more information on this. The second announcement is an invitation that we're making as a division of the IASP to all attending and existing drive STPs and other areas of innovation to contact us after the forum to discuss ways that you can become members and be part of shaping the innovation-driven solutions to challenges in our continent. Without further ado, I warmly welcome all our guests and wish us all very fruitful deliberations today. Thank you all so much, Asante, as the Kennedy, for listening.
Thank you, Awa, and sharing with us from the African division. I think now we need to hear from our colleague and CEO of International Association of Science Parks, Abba. So it's your time now. Please welcome.
Thank you very much, John. I hope I can also briefly get my slides on. I have a few to show you there. I'm very pleased and honored to be here with you today for this African Division Forum, and also sending my warmest regards to all distinguished authorities, colleagues and friends who are tuning in with us here today. Of course, special thanks also to Concert Technopolis, John Tanui, for hosting us, and also to Hawa Yabani, current president of our African division, always encouraging this kind of activities to really stay connected and share knowledge. And very briefly about our association, let me see if I can get here to the next slide. The IASP is, as some of you already mentioned, it's a global association. We gather science and technology parks, areas of innovation and similar projects. We have 37 years of experience and now members in 75. We are very global, but we also do have a strong regional dimension, which is reflected in our 7 regional divisions, where operations and conversations, they really become more focused and concrete. Our African division is among the younger chapters, and we are really keen to grow this together with all of you. And in our industry, there are several labels or names to the many projects that we have in our network, but let's not get confused or misguided by this fact. I think it simply shows that our industry is very dynamic and in constant evolution. There are some differences among these projects, but in essence, they all share really the same main goals, which is the development of our economies and societies through knowledge.
Eva, you are muted. Just unmute yourself. You've just muted yourself. Thank you.
Did you hear the first part?
Yes. Just continue.
Okay, so something happened there. I didn't do anything. Okay, so on the labels, simply to say that we do have many labels out there on our projects. I just don't want you to be confused or misguided by this fact, just something that shows that our industry is really dynamic and in constant evolution. There are some differences among these projects, of course, but in essence, they all share the same main goals, which is really to the development of our economies and societies through technology, innovation, and knowledge. So to simplify, in the rest of my talk here, I will simply refer to Science Park, but I am really referring to all of those expressions for your information. And to support our members and enhance their international visibility, let me see if it goes to the next slide. There you go. There's a little bit of lag. I don't want to go through all our services that can be easily found on our website, but I do want to bring your attention to one project that I think you should know about. It's a publication, or what you could call an atlas of science parks, areas of innovation, and other projects. The COVID-19 pandemic has unfortunately put this project a little bit on hold, but it's something we do intend to resume very soon, and where also Africa will be well represented. You can also see it as a sort of comprehensive directory, but it will not just be limited to the names or a few external features of these projects. We also intend to have global data about the impact of all your projects in the economies of their regions. And IASP members, they automatically have a profile secured in this important publication, but we also do keep it open to non-members. So if you are hearing this and you happen to know of any important project with sufficient weight, you could say, in the innovation community, please don't hesitate to submit it to the IASP for our consideration. And on the role of science parks, let's see here. Yes. What you see here on this slide, it would be accepted really as the most common tasks that the science parks are supposed to carry out. First one on the enhancement of collaboration between companies and research institutions. Also the support and creation of new companies, startups, but also supporting the growth and the competitiveness of already existing companies, so larger corporations who may find in the science park simply a better habitat because of the value-added tools available within these innovation settings. And of course also to use networking for the benefit of all the resident companies. And you could say that these would be the classic tasks that science parks are performing, but things, they really keep changing and they do it very fast. So I think nowadays we should add also a few other key tasks that have become very, very relevant now for the science parks. The four you see here on screen are the ones I have picked because I see them as the more important or complex ones. I will talk a little bit further in depth on internationalization, the last bullet, so I will just briefly say a few words about the other three here at the beginning. Advice policy making, that's really because science parks, they are in permanent contact with technology and innovation-driven firms. So we know them, we know about their difficulties and problems. So the science parks are really in a perfect position for advising governments at various levels in their policy making regarding the development of the knowledge-based economy. And that is something really highly beneficial for companies and also for the governments. Next one, that science parks really should intensify the relations and also collaboration with the cities in their goals to really develop a strong ecosystem. And also quite connected to the cities or the urban aspects, it's also important that the science parks, they concentrate on really developing holistic communities. So not just spaces for companies, but more a place where people really want to join, to be part of this kind of special club where they can talk, engage, innovate together, and not just pay a monthly rent to occupy a lab or an office space. And the last one, as I mentioned, it's really for the science parks to embrace internationalization. A crucial aspect for the successful development of a knowledge-based economy, it really is networking. Let me see something. Yes, there we are. But with this important emphasis that it's not just any networking we are talking about, it has to be really professional and also global. Because I think there is really no discussion that participating in networks is a crucial aspect of today's economic activities, especially if we, as the audience here today, are dealing with innovation and technology. Really, knowledge and technology not knowing any borders. And basically also because it's hard to claim nowadays that the businesses, they can compete and prosper by just remaining local. So what I contend is that it's really imperative for the science parks to be international, not just cosmetically speaking, but also essentially international. And I see two main reasons for that. You could say that the secondary reason is that the parks, they really need to be international for their own sake, to be visible to other science parks around the world, also visible to investors and potential companies who are really looking for the best locations, and also to build relationships with international peers to shorten the learning curve and exchange knowledge. But most of all, and this brings me to the first and main reason for being international, it really is to efficiently to support their resident companies in becoming global companies. We have many startups, I would say, throughout the world. The smaller companies, they are really smart, exciting, full of ideas, but they also are small and in lack of resources. And precisely there, you could say that the networks and participating in networks, it's really a multiplier of resources and opportunities if one really knows how to extract them. So the science parks, they should help their entrepreneurs to do just that by putting networks at the service of their companies. And by making part of these networks, such as an association like the IASP, the single science parks, they also multiply their efficiency and value, not only for themselves as parks, but also for their companies and institutions. And to conclude, I'm just going to show here very briefly 5 practical suggestions of how the science parks, they can be more international and thereby support their companies in this endeavor too. We need to really be professional networkers. International networking is not just attending conferences and exchanging business cards. You could say that it really has, the networking, it has to be really a full-fledged activity, just like other areas like marketing, finance, and so on in any modern firm. So we do need to have in place the right staff, a budget, an annual plan, and some well-defined objectives, because that will really result in a professional approach to internationalization, because otherwise the science park projects there, they can risk ending up in a more amateur approach, you could say, which is not advisable. Another last recommendation you see there in point 5, it's also really to involve your resident companies in your internationalization plans and projects. So consider consulting them, ask what they need more of. So making your companies your partners in these plans and not just the passive recipients. And last but not least, of course, a way to also build lasting international relationships. It's something we have seen within the IASP now for many years, and that can be added to these internationalization plans. It is, of course, events, and I'm just happy to share with you that we will be having our World Conference later this year in September. given the circumstances of the pandemic, it will be virtual, so very easy for all of you to join, and it's open to everyone, so you can take note of the dates that you see here on the screen. And looking further ahead, we have on the horizon Seville in Spain in 22 and Silicon Valley in 23. All welcome there as well. So just as an overall summary of my talk, I can say that there really is a lot to gain by becoming a real international innovation hub for your organizations, but also very much so for your companies. The IASP is a truly global network in that sense, with many years of experience, and we are really here also to help you. So don't hesitate to get in touch with me, our team, Hawa Yabani, or all the other great colleagues you see here on screen, and also within our African division if you have any questions. Thank you very much. Stay well, everyone, and also enjoy the rest of today's program. Thank you.
Thank you, Eba, for sharing the information about ISP and the great opportunities for us coming together under this umbrella. And so we encourage many potential science parks in the country, in Africa, to explore these possibilities so that we can be able to tap these great opportunities. I will hand over now to my colleague, June. And HEPA will look forward to Africa hosting in future the global workshop, probably in the years to come.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Engineer John Tanui, CEO of Konza Technopolis. From the ISP headquarters in Spain, we now move swiftly to Italy, where we have an interesting speaker who is joining us from Arexpo. Now, this is a private company with a public majority, and it was founded in 2011. Now, when you look at how Arexpo was born, it was after, if you remember, the Milan event that ended up resulting in the development of Milano Innovation District. This is an innovation district in a city, and it's a project with international ambitions, and its role is to position the country strategically, both to attract private and public money. To give us more on this, allow me to introduce our speaker, Alberto Minan, from Milano Innovation District. Welcome, Alberto.
Or I can just have it.
Malcolm, are you able to hear me? And can you maybe, are you able to unmute and maybe start your part of the presentation? If they can get on your slides. I'm not sure if you can hear me.
Tony, welcome. Sorry for that issue.
Thanks. It looks like you have connected to one platform. Okay.
Alberto, hi. Can you hear me?
Hi, Malcolm. How are you? Happy
I'm
to
very
see you
well.
again.
Me too. Me too.
Is the the audio is now back on? This is on Dari. Oh, great.
Okay.
So we're starting again, are we?
Yes. Would you like that I share my screen, or because I can't operate here probably?
You hold on a few more minutes. We are trying to bring everyone on board to this new platform. So you will continue from where you are. So
Can you
I
see?
think
Can you see?
Alberto,
Can you
we
see
can
my?
see you. We can see your presentation. So Alberto will pick. So just hold on there.
Okay. Perfect. Let me know. I'm waiting here. So.
Welcome back. There are some people who are seated together and their laptops are on, so we are getting some echo. Kindly use one laptop or mute the other. to hope that they'll join us as we continue. But a bit of protocol on this other platform, Teams. Kindly, if you're not speaking, we request that you mute your video and you mute your voice with an exception of the panelists. It will be great to have all the panelists with their video on. However, anyone who is not a panelist nor a participant, we kindly request that you mute your video. Mr. Alberto Mina is from Arexpo, which is a private company with a public majority founded in 2011 to acquire the areas that were supposed to be used for the Expo Milano in 2015. And after the end of the event, the place was enhanced to be more of a site with spaces of over 1 million square meters. And therefore, Mind Milano Innovation District was born out of an event. Previously, as the CEO for IASP was speaking, she did mention the importance of events, networking sessions, and more activities within our innovation districts. And we are happy and glad to note that a very globally looking innovation park, or rather district, was born out of an event. And therefore, at this juncture, I would like to invite Mr. Alberto Mino to take us through the birth of this great district and what we can learn from it. Welcome, Mr. Alberto.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you,
okay.
And we can see you.
Perfect, okay.
Take it out.
Fantastic. Thank you. So thank you. I'm really honored to be here and to share my presentation with you, to be invited to the IASP session. And thank you so much for inviting me. Welcome, as you mentioned before, is the Milan Innovation District, born from the event of the Expo 2015. So the basis of our project is there a big event, a worldwide event, the Universal Exposition. And now we are developing the legacy of this event. And this is important because now we are in 2021 and the event was in 2015. It means a science park or an area of innovation requires to be conceived in a wide horizon, a long-term project. This is a perspective that has to be adopted in order to develop this kind of project. And secondly, the event was successful. This is important because the event of the Expo 2015 was really successful for our country, with more than 20 million visitors, 148 countries participants, and so on. So a successful event conceived in a wide perspective for the future of the land and the territory, and originally internationalized. As Ebba Lund cited before, internationalization is the engine of our project because it started with an international worldwide event like the Expos are indeed. Another element which is, according to me, particularly considerable in this perspective is the public and private partnership. Arexpo is a state-owned company, and the main shareholder is the Ministry of the Economy of the national government, and then the regional government, Regione Lombardia, and the municipality of Milan as main shareholders. So Arexpo owns the asset of the land and directs the strategy and the long-term strategy of the project. To do this and to develop this project, Arexpo involved 5 other key players. One is our private partner, and the other 4 are public. So the private partner is Lend-Lease, the international, very well-known Australian developer, which 100 billion Australian dollars projects now in pipeline, with a very high skill in reshaping part of cities. And why this is important? Because in this sense, the partnership between Arexpo and Lend-Lease is based on a perspective of 99 years. years, because this is the concession that we have done with Lend-Lease, 1 century of concession. But it means that also Lend-Lease has to change its capitalistic attitude, in sense that we can say that in this way, the investment of capitals has to be thought in the long-term perspective and not in a speculative, in only a speculative one. And according to us, for our culture, this is really very important, because it means that in some sense, the private partner is overlapping the dimension of politics for the future, because Lend-Lease has to think how it can keep the value of its investment for the long term. How people will live in the next 50 years or 60 years. So it's really a mindset change that is really interesting for us. The other partners are 4 partners, which fundamental in order to create an innovation environment. One is a research center on genomics, Human Technopole, which is a state agency funded with 1.5 billion euros over the next 10 years, specialized in research on genomics, creating one of the genomics research site, which will one of the biggest in Europe in the next years, because we started the project 2 years ago, and at the end of the project, approximately 150,000 researchers will work in there. The second partner is the Research and Treatment Hospital Galeazzi, one of the biggest hospitals in Italy, specialized in orthopedic. Then a foundation which gathers all the non-for-profit institutional associations of the territory. And this is important because it's particularly consistent with the Expo spirit, which was to create something which could produce and create value for the society globally, and not only for a part of it. So very integrated with the territory and the different layers of the society. And the fourth partner is the University of Milan. The State University of Milan is one of the best ranked universities in Italy, and with a long history, and its headquarters in Milan downtown. But the university decided to create here a new campus focused on science and development. On the other side, through Lend-Lease, we engaged many other private companies which are interested to be part of the project, because in this sense, we have in the same place, as you can see from this map, talents, young talents from the University of Milan, research skills and young researcher in the Human Technopole Agency, hospital with other researchers specialized in orthopedic. So in the north part of our park, we'll have the public anchors operating by the next 4 or 5 years. On the south part, the private company decided to be part of it. So we can say that here you can see, sorry, I heard other participants connected. Okay, so you can see the curve, the increased curve for the next year in population staying here during. So you can see that by 2022 we'll reach approximately 10,000 people daily. At the end of the process, in 2029, we expect to host in the place approximately 70,000 people daily. So for Italy is a medium city size. So in order to get to my my speech, I want only to underscore how we are involving private companies and corporations through a method that we call federated innovation. It means the spirit of involving private companies is cooperating to compete. So not a competition which is a fight against the other, but a sort of federation in order to compete at the best. It means that our science park will be focused progressively more and more on two main fields. One is the city of the future, and the other is life science, genomics research, life science well-being. So you can see here in this sort of flower the different disciplines that are in some sense connected with these two main fields. So energy, green tech, mobility, logistics for the city of the future, agri-food, medical devices, and so on for the life science. Private companies can be part in 4 different layers of this project. In the easiest, here you can see talent community. They can participate only to see and check if are there coming from the university talents which could be involved in their project. In the second layer, they can be part of the business community in sense to have visibility to what is going on in the science park, which are the projects which are going on, even not being part of that. In the third layer, they can be part of innovation initiatives, to start working with other companies in some of these fields, and in which here is called layer 2, which is the highest for the private corporation. They are the leaders of these areas. So they do the agenda of this project development area. In sense, for instance, other companies which are leader in energy, and they pay to be leader here and develop different projects and open these projects to the participation to other private corporations. We, as Arexpo, are here directing all the projects. So it means that we have a complicated and, as we see, very new way in order to engage private corporation inside the park. What is particularly remarkable for us is that already now, consider that we are at the starting point of this project, and the majority of the facilities are not yet built. But we have already 120 companies cooperating in different projects. It means that in order to create a community of innovation, the most important thing is to develop the relationship, the contents, and the project, not the facilities, because facilities are absolutely fundamental. But community is not dependent from the facilities, but from sharing values, perspectives, and projects. So this is why we are particularly proud to have on board already some of the biggest multinational in the world in life science, or other fields in technology for the city, because it means that we are creating the first element, which is really pivotal in developing a community of innovation. I thank you very much for your attention, and I end here my presentation.
Thank you so very much. A great presentation. I'm sure people have questions, especially on how you manage to bring the private sector into your park. Thank you so very much for that quite an elaborate presentation. Some of us, for those of us who are here, if you know anyone on the other side, kindly alert them. We have over 100 people still stuck on the other platform. If you know someone stuck there, kindly guide them. Now, to our next speaker today. I would try and pronounce his name right. Zhongteng. He's in charge of international cooperation at Hongjuan Software Park. This is in China. A bit of an history about this park. It's known mostly for its software development, and 30 years ago, it was mainly linked to Shenzhen, which definitely gave them an opportunity to tap into that growing ecosystem. And they would like to see how software and technology has positioned this particular park. Over to you, sir.
Hello, everyone. So, hello, everyone. Can you hear? Can you see me?
Yes, we can see you.
Yes, we can see you. So, can you see my slides?
Kindly suggest the slides not yet. Kindly share.
Okay. So, how can I? Okay. Wait a moment. So, how can I share my slides? Wait a moment.
Where there is the video and voice, next is the share option. Can you see it? Share content.
Okay. Okay. So, wait a moment. Okay. Wait a moment. Okay. Is that good? So can you see my slides now?
Yes, you can see it now.
Now you can see my slides, right?
Go back again. Go back.
Go back. Okay.
Yes, yes, you can see.
Okay, you can see.
No. Take it back. Take it back.
Not yet. So
Yes, there. Don't touch it. Just go from there.
And so, okay, I'm going to switch to my slides. Okay. Now for here.
We cannot see you. That's your slide now. Yes, that's your slide.
Yes, this is my slide. And so, can you see me?
Yes, we can see the slide.
Okay. So, can I start now? Hello.
Yes, let it continue. Just proceed with your presentation.
Okay. So if so, I'm going to start, right? Okay. If everything is okay.
Proceed.
Okay. So actually, so good evening, everyone. Because in China, so it's around 7:30, and so I'm so happy to share our experience with the African colleagues, as well as with our colleague with our colleague from Italy and from UK. So my topic is about the innovation ecosystem of our software park, and so it is a trial. I think is of the building of a new generation of a science park. So I'm going to my slides are divided into 4 parts. The first part is about a general overview of our park. So actually, it covers an area of 2.6 square kilometers, and more than 90,000 employees are working in more than 700 companies here, so in our park. And now, the leading industry of our park is IT industry, the grand IT industry. Now in China, China has the tradition of creating a 5-year plan. So just now, 1 week ago, the 14th 5-year plan of China was approved by the government, by our Congress, and in the 5-year plan, it promoted an idea called digital economy. And I think for most of our companies in our companies, they all belong to digital economy. And actually, I would like to share with you something very interesting. Last year, in September, we hosted an event called Science and Technology Towards North. right towards north. Well, so so in Austin, in US, so there is an event called South by Southwest. And in China, so we created something called Science and Technology towards north, right towards north. So Beijing is in the north of China, and so our park locates in the north of Beijing, and so it is a center point for science and technology. So that's why we created such a carnival. And currently, so the position, so now, actually, so the economic output for our park is something like more than, I think, is more than 300 and is more than 35 billion US dollars, and the total so IT, so total IP intellectual intellectual property, so created by the companies in our park, so it's something like more than more than 55,000, and the people, so as I just mentioned to you, so more than 90,000 people here. So when some people, so a lot of people, so when they visit our park, we call they say, so you are not a science park, so you are really a science city. Well, actually, so the creation of our park, so there are four stages of the chronicle of Z Park, and so 20 years ago, so there was nothing but farmland, and at first the foreign companies came in, like IBM, like Oracle, and they came in, and gradually, so companies came in. And gradually, so industry cluster was created, and then not only one industry cluster, but several industry clusters were created, and thus, so we are now creating something called the industry ecology, industry ecosystem. But now, so I think so our park is in the transformation from a science park to something called a science community. So why we call our park a science community? Or in the transformation, so from a science park, science city to a science community, because we think so a science city. So this term concentrates more on something like on industries, on companies, or on how much money you make. But science community means that now we are focus more on our people, on the staff, on the engineers working here, because for IT industry, people is is the most precious asset. So if you can let the people think they work here, so it's very good. So then I think the companies are here, and that's will develop your park. Okay. Let's see how we use our service system to help the transformation to the science community, or to our community. So actually, we divide our service system into three parts. One is the technology service, or like the technological supporting system. And the second is the industry promotion service, and the third one is the public service. Actually, the company, our park can offer the company with something like an IT operation system, a big data platform, and the smart park. So the whole 5G and like the 5G driven smart park operation, and the smart product scenario application. And the second one, I think, is the something like, the most important is our industry service ecosystem. So it includes our investment funds, and our connection. So between our connection, from the companies, from the startups, to the investors. Sometimes we work as a hub. And the second one is our incubation system. actually, so there are more 10 incubators in our park, and we organize them. So we call it our Z-Park incubation system. Actually, so we make them share what you need, and so we create communications environment for them. And the third one is the science and technology activities. We invite the experts for them to give them speeches, to share them with the most advanced technology information, and we also can share with them about create a lot of salons, road shows, pitches, and for the startups and for the companies, and they can I think those industrial activities is something like something they smooth our ecosystem. And the fourth one is the service guarantee. Okay. And let's come to our new community the practice or something that what we have done. As you know, just now I mentioned there are more than 90,000 people working in our park, and most of them are under the average age is something like 30, like 29. And we also work as matchmakers, and we created a lot of activities like matchmaking events, like sports and sport events, and something like beer gardens. And in order to make our park not that so technical. So as for them, sometimes people think that our park the people are all tech geeks, but that's wrong. So they have life, and they deserve a versatile life. So thank you very much for listening, and I don't know. So if you have any questions, please let me know. Thank you.
Much appreciated. Thanks for your quite insightful presentation. May you request that you stop projecting your screen so that you can move to the next speaker.
Okay. So can I finish?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Okay, thank you very much.
You may stop projecting because you're projecting your emails, kindly. Please proceed, but you might consider not to project.
Dr. Ten, you have to turn off your projecting your screen. We can still see your slides.
All right, can you hear us?
Yes, June, proceed. I think you can get the next speaker to present. You give the right, this one will be kicked out.
Yeah, we need to get our current speaker. Kindly, if you can hear us. Thank you. Yes, and right there, we wait for you. Mary, are you in a position to project your slides?
Who are you talking to, sorry?
We are talking to you.
To me, like Harry. I beg your pardon, I had no idea. I shall just take over the screen and project my slides. I think it's this one. sorry, I need to just...
Take your time, it's okay. Maybe as you prepare, I could just introduce our next speaker, Dr. Malcolm Perry. Is the CEO of Shure Research Park. There's something strange about him. He was born in Kenya, so we'll be asking him whether he's a Kenyan, almost 39 years ago. His father is actually buried in Kenya. He lived in Kenya before he moved. He was born in Joro. There's a small town in Joro, next to Egerton College, which is now Egerton University. And he's since worked with the Kenyan people through UNESCO and has worked in different capacities in the United Nations. And therefore, it is exciting to have you make this presentation, especially in the landscape that you truly understand. So thank you so very much. We hope that we can connect and contextualize your presentation.
June, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you. I guess the world has changed in the last 40 years since I started Surrey Research Park. Just out of interest, can you actually see and hear what I'm saying? Can you see my slides?
Yes, we can see your slides.
Marvellous. And I guess innovation has become the norm, really. The digital transformation of business has been driving change and continues to drive it very, very hard. And the new normal in the business world is about entrepreneurship. And the research park, Surrey Research Park, was built in response to an emerging knowledge economy. We've been doing this for 36 years, and there's now 31 buildings on our site, one of which is an incubator and accelerator, which pales into insignificance compared with the previous speaker, Dr. Tang, who told us that they had 9 incubators. But anyway, we have a smaller version of this, 31 buildings. And the incubator and accelerator is an entry point into the system, and the rest of the buildings here are for growth out of incubation. And we also try and attract other existing companies to the site that want to link with the university. And we're set up to support entrepreneurs to take ideas from conception right through to market and growth. So the principles of the whole process are to build companies where you have money going into technology, it is basic research in the university and other systems, and then there's the opportunity to assess these companies in terms of their capability of matching demand and competing in the marketplace. So it's about a competition and demand, and then forming the platform and the commercialization of the business itself. But all of the companies don't come from the university. In fact, the majority come from the business community around us, and they come with market knowledge that they've gained whilst working. And some also come from other research organisations in the region, and a few, of course, come from the campus. And what we're trying to do is to build the stream of people coming out of the university to build companies on the research park. And then the final place that these companies come from is the international community, where they come and acquire some of our companies through acquisition. And also some of them set up small laboratories on our park for providing access to our university system. So going back to getting the entrepreneurship going at a very early stage, we have on campus of our university, the University of Surrey, 15,000 students. It's a technical university. We have a student enterprise program, and we now teach courses in business management at bachelor and master's level. We have MBA modules in terms of problem solving and innovation thinking. And for all undergraduates, there are options to take modules associated with actually trying to create a company, because we recognize that as a university we're going to be more effective in the future if we're able to teach people about how to become entrepreneurs and through these other programs. And if you take a PhD at Surrey, and you join the doctoral college, then the opportunity there is for you to take training on how to do great impact out of your project. So going through the student enterprise program, for those thinking about a company, we teach them skills, we place them into companies for a short period of time so they can see an operation in a building, in a business. And we have this student enterprise program, which consists, that's the central picture here, for gaining experience. So we put them through a 3-day boot camp, and in that boot camp we act in teams to build ideas. And if any of those ideas have value, then we take them into an individual program where they try and build the idea. And if they're successful, when they present that idea to a panel of entrepreneurs, they receive a small grant of £800. It's not much in UK terms. And then if they go beyond that to the next stage, they can execute this by going further through a much wider and more effective program to build a company. And at the end of that, they can pitch for between £25,000 and £250,000. So it's really getting close to the point where they're very effective. And on the park, the way we've managed to fund this program is in part through talking with Santander Bank. Santander Bank are sponsors of the program that I've just shown you for student enterprise. But we also have collaborated with 5 other universities to create what we call the Set Squared program. And the Set Squared program is one of those units is sitting in a building on our park. The Surrey Technology Centre, which is the most important of those buildings, which is an incubator and an accelerator. And we've created this so that we can work with student enterprise. You can see at the bottom left. Then there's a program called Research to Innovator, and that converts academics to innovators. So there's a program for students, there's those that are academic, try and convert them, and then we have something called iCure for research teams from the university. We and from public sector research laboratories in the region around us, and we're trying to commercialize promising ideas. So we work with those groups in the university and in these research institutes to grow that process. And then we have an enterprise program for entrepreneurs. If they come to us, they can sign up for the entrepreneur course, 3-day course, and we can try and build a commercial idea out of that process. And then we can accelerate them through the Set Squared Business Accelerator, where they take education in the morning and then they build the idea in the afternoon, and they're full-time in the centre on the park. And then we have a whole investment program where we're creating through this research park program a angel investor club, and we train companies to pitch, and we also work with them very closely as they are successful and raise money to scale up. And that scale up process goes right up to the point where they become independent companies. So there's a whole program sitting behind us to do that. And in a typical month, we have 10 or 12 meetings with our small companies in the Set Squared operation in one of our buildings. We run one masterclass. We have business skills workshop on customer acquisition, critical, value propositions, grant funding, sales and skills. And then on every fortnight we have a Wednesday club where we bring everybody together in these programs to build a communion and get them to understand how they're getting on. We run our Surrey Angel Club, which is the private sector business angels club with about 60 members, and we meet once a month and have 6 pitches that we've trained. And then we have a series of university events on the park relevant to the companies that we have on site. So if a company doesn't choose to go through the Set Squared program, they can come straight into one of our buildings. We link them to the UK Research and Innovation Government Research Funding Programme and Impact for Innovation Programme. We give them advice on tax and how to form a company and the important way of doing it, and we guide them through the process. They automatically get member of the Chamber of Commerce, and they also automatically get an option and a short 6 months period of being a member of the British Council for the Council for British Industry. And also we then work very hard at creating the links into the university campus community, because the university has restructured its tech transfer office to improve the efficiency of knowledge transfer, which is now the term that's used here. And we offer a program for collaboration between companies and the university academics. We also run a consultancy program on technical issues. There's research contracts to be signed. And in fact, last year, these 3 areas produced around £3 million worth of, in addition to, of income to the university, in addition to the real estate element. Companies, in turn, take students for placement and give them experience, and of course IP on the campus that we try and sell into companies. And finally, just looking at this whole site in comparison with the city that we saw from China, there are 31 buildings here. The one in the bottom left is our incubator. There's 4,500 people working here in 174 companies. And it used to be a piece of farmland, and the way I describe it is we no longer farm animals or crops, we farm companies. And it's to prove to be a very, very successful operation, because per employee on this park, they actually produce individually more than twice the gross value added average of the UK. So it's a highly productive operation. So I hope the things that I've said have stimulated some thoughts, and thank you very much.
That's quite insightful. Kindly keep your questions. We'll give you an opportunity to ask questions. Thank you so very much. It goes to show the role that a university plays in stimulating and building a park where you tap into ready knowledge, and a majority of our attendees here are actually from parks within the university, and we hope that this will provide a valuable lesson for them. Keep on, we'll be able to open up discussions with questions. Kindly type your questions so that our guest speakers can respond to them. As we move to the next speaker, I would like to request our attendees to consider muting their video so that we can focus on the speakers. Kindly Timothy, Nicholas, if you could kindly, Nicholas Omodi, kindly mute your video. Timothy Korir, kindly mute your video. At this juncture, we are going to introduce a new speaker, and to bring us to speed to this speaker, I wish to invite the CEO of Konza Technopolis, Engineer John Tanui, to introduce the peers so that you can get a message from him.
Thank you very much, June, and thank you, our speakers. We've heard from the speakers and STPs in China, Italy, and the UK. And earlier on, we've heard about the science parks in Africa, from Abuja Technology Park, Botswana, and the Innovation Hub in South Africa, and also about the Konza Technopolis. We are privileged that we have our PS of ICT and Innovation in Kenya, PS Jerome Ochieng, who also is responsible at the third level about our project Konza Technologies. And we're giving him this chance to speak about this project and about what the government is doing to ensure science parks can grow in our country. So let's welcome PS Jerome Ochieng.
Is joining us with a message that would like to invite the team to claim.
Konza Technopolis or Konza Technopolis Development Authority is to ensure that the technology or the Technopolis grows into a sustainable world-class technology hub. And the focus here is basically on innovation and technology. We wanted Konza to be a model city, a city that stands out as a technology city, and we have named it the Silicon Savannah, which basically reflects the Silicon Valley in the US. So we're looking at a technology city that focuses on technology, innovation, and also a great focus on both research and development. The government has so far committed Kenya shillings 80 billion. For ease of understanding, this would be 800 million US dollars to this project for the development of the core infrastructure and also to facilitate investment by the private sector. So Konza has been designated by law by the government as a special economic zone with the focus and the purpose of promoting the uptake of investment and also to help spur economic growth. So we see full commitment whereby we are talking about 800 million US dollar as government commitment to this particular project. And also we are seeing the designation of Konza as a special economic zone as an opportunity to spur growth and development in this particular space. Some of the things that we've done within Konza, one of them is that we already have in the pipeline the establishment of what we are calling KAIST, the Konza Advanced Institute of Science and Technology. This again is a technology institution that will be focusing on technology, engineering, and mathematics. We have developed a new brand curriculum and we are actually establishing it under a new law. The institute has the main objective of promoting research and development, which is normally a key driver in what we envisage as having Kenya as a knowledge-based economy. Then we also have the establishment of the Konza Data Center. Data is becoming the new oil. And as a technology city, we want to have a situation whereby we have secure repository of data, and we will encourage many more institutions to have their data stored at the Konza Technopolis, and also we're also providing cloud services for those people who are interested in using our facilities. Like we're saying, even the data that will be generated by the technology city itself is going to be enormous because we're talking about a technology city, right from issues relating to vehicles entering and their identity being managed, to have the state-of-the-art cameras and all the issues relating to security and ICT infrastructure within that city will be taken care of by the proposed, or I mean, they're already running data center. We also have the digital media city. There has been a lot of emphasis, especially from government, in terms of talent growth, talent development, and we are looking at having the digital media city to focus on the development of Kenya's creative industry. We note that actually within Kenya, 70% of the population is the youthful population, that is people who are 35 years and below. So the idea behind creating a digital media city is to try and see how do we help people develop their talent, how do we help people grow their talent. And we've seen a lot of interest, especially in the film industry coming up. So basically there is a whole spectrum of activities in the creative industry that we are looking forward to grow. Now we have the vaccine facility, the proposed, let me use the word proposed, that there has been proposal that we have CONSA to be a center whereby research on vaccines is going to take place. And this is a collaboration between the Ministry of ICT and the Ministry of Health. And there's a program that is currently being developed. The overall objective of this is to actually produce and deliver safe, effective, and affordable vaccines for the the health sector within our country. Currently, the CONSA Technopolis project focuses on the development of horizontal infrastructure. The model that we are approaching and we are using this time is that we focus on the horizontal infrastructure. Why we're doing that is that this is going to be infrastructure that will be shared by all, so that we don't have people coming in to dig in later. Once we use the approach of dig once approach. So the horizontal infrastructure will take care of all electricity, all utilities, be it electricity and any other plug and play kind of approach when so there has been a lot of emphasis on the development on the infrastructure, so that we have infrastructure ready to be used by the people who will be occupying the facilities in CONSA. Recently, we have had very impressive progress in terms of the activities that has been going on. Clearly, we have finished our CONSA headquarters, and actually the staff of CONSA are working from the headquarters. There has been a number of great projects going on. The water reticulation plant, the streetscape is ongoing. We also have an environmental aspect of it, whereby we have designated a place whereby we're going to have 20 million seedlings of trees that will be planted. So that's an area whereby we're also looking at the issues relating to the environment, and I think it's an area of great interest to us, so that we focus on the environment, and I think the plan is a great initiative. And also we do a lot of work with the local community in terms of supporting the local community, both through providing employment to the local people and also just social activities to the local communities. And I think that's very important as an institution or an organization, that we're able to support the local communities.
All right. That's our Principal Secretary in charge of ICT and innovation. CONSA Technopolis reports to a ministry which is in charge of information, technology, innovation, and youth affairs. And within that ministry, there are a number of state departments, and the one that is basically is in charge of innovation is under Jerome Ochieng. Thank you so very much for that message, which we hope has set the context and enable us to understand what really CONSA is doing and how far we are with regards to that development. As we move to the next speaker, I would like to request our participants who are not speakers to kindly mute your video. Mutisia Emmanuel, if you could kindly, we're happy to have you. Could you kindly mute your video? Mutisia Emmanuel, kindly, let's have you on. All right, thank you. Oh, great. And therefore, we move to the next speaker. According to the program, we meant to have the CS, who is in charge of ICT innovation and youth affairs. And as you can see, we did overrun our program as a result of the technical challenge that we had, and therefore it coincided with this other activity that he's having. And therefore, we will move to the next session where we are coming to the core of this event, where we are looking at science parks and areas of innovation with regards with the African Trade Agreement. And to just set the context, around 31st ordinary session of the Assembly of African Union Heads of State, there was an agreement that was reached. That was around 2018 for NEPAD, which is the Planning and Coordinating Agency under African Union Development, to be established, which is the part of the reforms geared at improving the union's impact and operations efficiency. And therefore, as we get back to economic recovery as a continent, we are looking at how we can be coordinated and work together towards leveraging science, technology, and innovation to help us achieve the much desired development that we need as a continent. And so we have a presentation by the CEO in charge of NEPAD for just us to be able to see where we can plug in as a continent to work together and leverage technology for development. And I would request that a message from NEPAD be played at this point in time.
Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to join you in the International Association of Science Parks Africa Division Web Forum convened by Konza Technopolis Development Authority. I am particularly encouraged that this event presents an opportunity that brings together IASP Africa leadership, global players in the technological space, and key stakeholders in the science and technology parks to discuss the place of STPs in Africa's economic recovery, impact of the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement. Distinguished participants, the Constitutive Act establishing the African Union recognizes the ever-growing urgency to collectively address the global socio-economic and environmental challenges across our national boundaries. To deepen and enrich the Union's education, science and technology, innovation policy debate, the AU Assembly created a specialized technical committee in charge of education, science and technology. This committee is designed as a platform for African ministers in charge of these sectors to periodically deliberate and take collective decisions. It is important to note that the African Union has adopted a people-centered long-term Agenda 2063, which strives to articulate Africa's sustained growth, competitiveness, and economic transformation in new technologies and continuous innovation in all developing sectors. To effectively and efficiently contribute to the implementation of the AU Agenda 2063, the African Union Assembly adopted the following three distinct strategies for advancing opportunities in education and science, technology, and innovation. First one would be the Continental Strategy for Education, CESA 1625. The second one was Continental Strategy for Technical and Vocational Education, Training, TVET. And the third one was Science, Technology, and Innovation Strategy for Africa, the STSA 2024. These three strategies have continued to immensely contribute to the milestones of achieving Africa Union Agenda 2063 and the Global Sustainable Development Goals 2030, and the creation of long-term economic benefits for the continent and beyond. It is therefore important to be cognizant of the opportunities that exist with regard to incubation of innovation within the AU programs. Hence, bringing the infrastructure gap to support innovation is an important opportunity to be capitalized. Innovation cannot be competitive when the infrastructure gap is not bridged. Infrastructure such as broadband internet access, basic telecommunication services, reliable electricity supply, water, good transportation network, laboratory facilities, and tax systems that support private sector innovation need to be in place. As a matter of fact, the Africa Union Programme on Infrastructure Development for Africa, PIDA, has several areas that are currently under implementation in readiness to support innovation in African economies. Currently, PIDA has 409 projects ranging from ICT, roads, power ports, among other being implemented. These projects will create opportunities for innovation as well as growth of different sectors. There are several ongoing initiatives within the African Union. I wish to particularly draw your attention to the existing Africa Union bilateral and multilateral cooperation partnership. This partnership have shaped STI development in Africa, such as the European Union Africa Joint Strategy, the India-Africa Science and Technology Initiatives, and the China-Africa Science and Technology Partnership. Leveraging on these partnerships, interventions and cooperation mechanism will create conducive environment that are adequately designed to promote African ownership, accountability, and sustainability. So let us not forget to complement Africa's the efforts that the African Union member states have continued to expand technically competence of technical officers through the availability of graduate education, and in particular programs leading to doctoral qualifications. However, the full potential of STI is to support socio-economic growth and development and improving African competitiveness in global research and innovation require member states to take systemic and coordinated approach to human development, innovation, and potential career paths, both secondary and higher education levels, including the TVETs. Therefore, in order to enhance the opportunities, there is a need to focus on innovation and entrepreneurship, increasing network and collaboration between education and research, private and public sector stakeholders at both national and regional levels will facilitate cooperation and co-creation, adoption, and commercialization of research and innovation outputs to ensure research and innovation programs are regularly valorized for impact and alignment with national and regional policy objectives as this continue to evolve. Such commitment to national and cross-border coordination of research and innovation actors will strengthen the socio-economic situation of the continent through ownership, local ownership, and wider utilization of research outputs and technology acquisition. We need to take a systematic approach to technology transfer and knowledge sharing. Co-creation and adoption of new products, services, processes, business models, and policies, and commercialization of research and innovation outputs will definitely stimulate local, national, and regional innovation ecosystems. This will result in better public services, including entrepreneurial innovation based on open data, the creation of new economic sectors, wider employment opportunities in the formal economy, and commercialization of technologies with regional relevance and global potential. With regards to the role which our agency, that is the outer NEPAD APRM Care Secretariat, can play in bringing together science parks in the region to support information technology and innovation as an area of focus. The NEPAD APRM Care Secretariat strongly believes on the need of securing strong leadership and goodwill towards science parks initiatives. With political goodwill, there will be an impetus in collaboration and partnership to accelerate the mobilization of science parks to support initiatives in information technology and innovation. In this regard, the Secretariat is open to partnership that will help in coordination and advancement of common regional goals, particularly in centers of knowledge improvement of existing universities, infrastructure, especially in information and technology, as well as higher education institutions and research organizations. We must therefore leverage on the opportunities presented by bringing together science parks in the region to support information technology and innovation. One way to address this is to have a coordinated approach in the establishing of a formal operational structure. To execute this, we need to harmonize policies and other instruments of operation to avoid multiplicity of regulation and taxes, and creating an attractive enough to bring together different sector players in ICT. To highlight the current Africa's economic development trends and how entities involved in innovation and science parks management can collaborate through the AU to tap into existing potential and mitigate on challenges facing the continent. The African Union member states have started trading with each other under the Africa Continental Free Trade Area beginning this year, 2021. AFC-FTA aims at integrating the 55 markets in Africa to one. That's one African market with cross-border integration projects, for example, the LAPSET corridor programs. Markets Kenya, beyond, and East Africa will be more accessible. STI institutions can develop continental and regional solutions due to market existence and its accessibility. Free mobile roaming technology is another economic development trend in Africa that seeks to abolish roaming fees. The East Africa One Network Area roaming initiative is one to mention. This initiative aims at promoting regional integration by bringing down the high cost of the high cost of mobile roaming in East Africa. As we open markets with integration projects, there is need to enable the markets, or let's say the traders and customers, to communicate with each other cheaply. Abolishing mobile roaming fees will therefore in turn enable landlocked countries access subsea fiber optic cables. For instance, Safaricom is already on course with this, as it has in place the East African roaming bundles, which enables Safaricom subscribers both on postpaid and prepaid roaming facilities in Tanzania, Uganda, and Rwanda to call, to receive calls, to send short messages, and use data at an affordable rate when communicating to Safaricom subscribers back at home, or Safaricom subscribers in the partner networks that includes Uganda Telecom Network, the Vodacom Tanzania Network, and the MTN Rwanda Network. At the regional level, RECs have been encouraged to establish regional funds to support existing or new regional centers for excellence that respond to the SDSA 2024 priority areas, as well as cross-border research and innovation, collaboration, addressing common challenges. These funds would then drive regional initiatives, reinforce the impact of national initiatives of RECs members, and ensure wider sustainability. The STSA 2024 recommends that domestic resources should be mobilized for the STI, research and innovation. External technical and financial support should help strengthen the domestic funding base, thus supporting sustainability. Further, there is an urgent need to set up an African Science and Technology Innovation Fund, ASTIF, as a Pan-African financial instrument to ensure that the proposed ASTIF is sufficiently well endowed and functional. It is crucial that adequate financial resources are mobilized for the public and private sectors, funding communities both inside and outside Africa, and actively engaging other alternative sources of funding. Distinguished participants, let me conclude by saying Africa has the potential to finance its STI development programs towards the 1% GDP allocation in its potential. It is important to quantify investments through investment lost through brain drain. Thank you so much for giving me your audience.
Quite insightful. Indeed, we have a chance as Africans to finance our STI strategy and to be able to leverage science, technology, and innovation in the much needed economic growth. We are moving deeper into this conversation, and again, as a country, Kenya, we are privileged to have a specific ministry that has come up with a national strategic plan, a 10-year national strategic plan to see the potential of science, technology, and innovation inspiring economic development. And that particular strategy has earmarked certain areas in this country that will be set up as a science park. Over 10 areas have been set up, and one of them is Konza Technopolis, and we have one within a university called Dedan Kimathi and another university called Moi University. And to just help us understand the bigger picture that the Kenyan government has and the strategy that the Kenyan government has put in place to ensure that the development agenda of Kenya is guided by science, technology, and innovation is Ambassador Simon Nabukwesi, who is the Principal Secretary, State Department of University Education and Research, Ministry of Education, Kenya. And again, he's in a cabinet meeting, and therefore he managed to give us a chance to record his message. As we go towards hearing from him, I wish to welcome new participants who joined us and to also request that we mute our videos and mics. Eric, kindly take us to PS Nabukwesi's presentation.
The Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Information Technology, Innovation and Youth Affairs, Honorable John Msheru, the Principal Secretary, ICT and Innovation, Dr. Jerome Ocheng, the International Association of Science Parks and Areas of Innovation, Eba Land, CEO, the Chief Executive Officer, Botswana Innovation Hub, Mr. Alan Femelo Boshwaen, the Innovation Hub South Africa CEO, Pierre All, the Konza Technopolis Development Authority CEO, Engineer John Tanui, our innovators, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Today is a special day for Kenya's Konza Technopolis Development Authority, KOTIDA, plays host to the International Association of Science Parks and Areas of Innovation Africa Division Forum. This is indeed a great time to be alive, as we are witnesses to great strides being made in science technology parks in Kenya and across the world. STPs are indeed key players in the development of knowledge economy, where the world is currently focused on. The benefits that come with the robust knowledge economy are immense, ranging from improved productivity and process improvement to fresh ideas and new products. Therefore, Kenya is on the right track. Before I delve deeper into my remarks, I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate KOTIDA for being admitted to the International Association of Science Parks and Areas of Innovation, IASP, as a full member. This is a great achievement for our country. As we continue to make inroads in science, technology, and innovation, STI, it is important to mention that Kenya's development blueprint, Vision 2030, has singled out the same as key drivers in economic, social, and political development of our country. Science and technology, once focused with information and communication technology, presents the potential to ensure that citizens are empowered while the government provides efficient and effective services in a transparent and accountable manner. Information is vital for efficient delivery of public service that are important and responsive to the needs of the businesses
and the citizens. Ladies and gentlemen, having stated the above, it's important to state that as a progressive country under this ministry, Kenya has developed a 10-year science and technology parks master plan, whose vision is a globally competitive knowledge economy, leveraging on a dynamic science, technology, and innovative ecosystem. The Ministry of Education has completed the 10-year master plan for STPs in Kenya. It has developed designs for the pilot STPs at Konza Technopolis and Dedan Kimathi University of Science and Technology, and are currently at procurement stage for design consultant and construction supervisors for prioritized labs within the program. This plan, which provides a framework for the implementation of STPs in the next 10 years, is indeed a major boost in our efforts to strengthen the country's knowledge economy. We are at a good place as a country, as we now have a framework for the implementation of STPs in the coming years. The master plan's objectives are: 1, to develop a 10-year national master plan for science and technology parks in Kenya. 2, to develop designs for Konza Science and Technology Park. And number 3, to develop designs for the Dedan Kimathi University of Technology, Science and Technology Park. Ladies and gentlemen, as per the master plan, 6 STPs are proposed within 3 technology corridors: Nairobi, Central and Western Technology Corridors, to be implemented going forward. The proposed STPs are Konza STP Nairobi Technopolis Corridor, JKUAT STP Nairobi Technology Corridor, University of Nairobi STP Nairobi Technology Corridor, Dedan Kimathi University of Technology STP in Central Technology Corridor, Moi University STP in Western Technology Corridor, and Maseno University STP in Western Technology Corridor. In addition to the above, a virtual STP is also proposed for purposes of linking to all the other STPs and acting as the first step in the creation of a virtual workplace and market for the 21st century. Ladies and gentlemen, some of the developments that have so far been achieved towards establishment of STPs, especially at Konza, are: number 1, detailed architectural designs for the Konza Science and Technology Park up to BQ level. 2, Konza STP site master plan. 3, business plan for the Konza STP. 4, preparation of a preliminary environment impact assessment for the Konza STP. And 5, done a call for expression of interest for the architects and construction supervisor for the initial labs in the STP. Further, in collaboration with the National Commission for Science, Technology and Innovation, NACOSTI, the Ministry of Education has also embarked on a program to develop national physical sciences and research laboratories in energy, materials science, engineering, mineralogy and nanotechnology, nuclear science and technology, forensic science, chemical sciences, metrology laboratory, biotechnology, environmental science, theoretical and computational science, and finally, space science. The Ministry of Energy, on the other hand, has, through its different agencies, written to Konza expressing interest in establishing National Energy Laboratory, National Physical Science Research Laboratory, and a Center of Excellency for Oil and Gas at Konza Technopolis. The energy laboratories will advance the country's ability on mitigating current and emerging energy challenges, especially in renewable energy and energy efficiency, clean and efficient energy conversion technology, system integration, and sustainable transportation. The Kenya Bureau of Standards has also expressed interest to establish a National Physical Science Research Laboratory at Konza Technopolis. These developments are within the overall development plans at Konza and an allocation of land measuring 35,000 meters square for a life science band to cater for research laboratories in Phase 1 master plan has been set aside. This setup will benefit from access to highly skilled labor from surrounding research institutions and universities, especially the Kenya Advanced Institute of Science and Technology, referred to as KAIST Kenya. It will further support workforce development that will strengthen the sectors involved in the region, making the Konza an attractive destination for foreign experts in physical sciences to conduct research and development. Similarly, this will increase the number of skilled workforce in the region and in the country, subsequently contributing to creation of jobs. Other initiatives, I'm aware that in order to support the knowledge economy and innovation pillar and get the stakeholders ready for these developments, KOTIDA has already initiated some innovation programs under the recently launched Konza Innovation Ecosystem Initiative, KIEI. Therefore, the meeting is indeed important for us as it provides us with the opportunity to reflect and learn the best practices from all the participants from wherever they come from. We're excited and we look forward to great days ahead. And thank you for listening to me.
Great, and indeed, the Ambassador Nabukwesi PS in charge of university education and research is well represented, ready to be part of our panel session on STP and its role in supporting economic development. And representing him in this particular panel is none other than Dr. Eric Mwangi, who is the Director in charge of Research, Science and Technology at the Ministry of Education. Dr. would like to see your face. Kindly turn on your mic and video. All right, as you're waiting for Dr. Mwangi to join us, I can see Tabi has joined us. Tabi Melamu is the General Manager in charge of Green Economy in the Innovation Hub South Africa and is joining our next panel or our upcoming panel. Thank you so very much, Tabi. We have Engineer John Tanui to really place Konza in this conversation on STP. Engineer John Tanui would like, great. So waiting for Dr. Eric Mwangi from the University Education, the Director in charge of Research, Science, Technology at the Ministry. Dr. kindly switch on your video.
My mic is on. My mic is on.
Okay. Okay.
Could you let me get the camera on? I think it's on your side.
Okay, okay, Dr. As long as you can hear us, we are happy. We are happy to have you. And to pretty starters of Engineer John Tanui, we've heard from NEPAD, we've heard from the peers, and all the speakers that have really given us their perspective with regards to the role of science technology generally in development. How is Konza positioned to be the Kenya's and East Africa's point of contact with regards to stimulating aspects of research, innovation, and leveraging technology for economic growth?
Thank you very much, June. As mentioned in the speech by NEPAD, you can see the role of science parks in transforming our economy. The institutional frameworks, the policies, and the guidelines are already in place. And so the role of science parks across the African continent have a job to do. And we at Konza Technopolis ready to play a role. When you look at the African population, then they have 1.2 billion population. You're talking about 2.5 trillion business and ranking probably the 8th economy in the world. So it means Africa's significance is becoming bigger. And the presence of an African free trade speaks quite a lot, because currently the trading between us and in Africa is quite low. Yet we have the potential, and we are well close to each other. So we think the African free trade will open the platform for us. Now we as science and technology parks to take our role. We at Concert Technopolis see our role as one, being the location of research and development. And as in the presentation of our PS of Education, Ambassador Nabukwesi, he has mentioned very clearly the many efforts the Kenyan government is putting, one, locating several science parks, around 6 of them in the country. And in Concert Technopolis, several labs are being located there. And one of the labs is physical science laboratories and nuclear energy. And so these kinds of labs will position the science parks to be useful to the country and to be useful to the continent. To achieve the 1% investment in the GDP, 1% of our GDP investment in research, we have to enable the science parks to be able to absorb this. The other one is we really have to change the perspective at the policy level and budgeting level to see investment in science parks to be as important as investment in infrastructure, whether it's generation of electricity, whether it's building of roads. Building of science parks is equally very important, because these are the foundational platforms for what we call now the knowledge economy. So Concert Technopolis will be the platform of innovation, technology, and the knowledge economy, and also the digital platform to drive the country and also the rest of the continent.
Thank you so very much, Engineer John Tanui. We are being joined by Dr. Omwanza. Attorney Omwanza is in charge of Kenya Innovation Agency. He recently joined Kenya Innovation Agency as the CEO, having successfully run the Nairobi Innovation Week under C4D Lab at University of Nairobi. And as he's waiting to join us, Dr. Retabile Medamu, would you kindly take 1 minute to introduce yourself and please speak to the concept of green economy and the place that the African countries and the science parks can play in leveraging green economy for economic development?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Madam Chair, I can hear a bit of an echo. I'm not sure whose side it is on. Can I go? Okay. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. All protocol observed. I'm sure I could easily get all that wrong. It's really an honor to be here, and I'd like to really acknowledge the organizers for inviting me on this great platform, and really to congratulate you for convening so many people here this afternoon. So as already introduced, my name is Retabile Melamu. I'm the General Manager for the Green Economy Unit at the Innovation Hub. My role entails two broad activities. The first one is to manage and run a business incubation program that supports startups that are in the green economy space. And I'll call it space because the green economy is actually not a sector. And we are currently supporting about 50 startups there in the clean energy, water and sanitation, and waste management spaces. The other broad activities that, another broad activity that the unit focuses on is really on providing technical support to local government. My CEO indicated that we as the Innovation Hub belongs to a state government, what we call provincial government here. And one of the key roles that we play in supporting municipalities is to provide technical support with regard to adoption of innovation, but also in regards to coming up and crafting policies and strategies that really drive the this green economy transition. And of course, we are helping them with the adoption of small-scale embedded generation, the solar systems in municipalities. There are a whole lot of hopes that small entrepreneurs that are in the early stages have to go through to implement, to really deploy their businesses and their technologies. So those are some of the things that we support those entrepreneurs with. So, Madam Chair, then I will go to the concept of the green economy, and I know the question is, how are we adopting a notion of a green economy transition as an African continent? But before I do that, I'd like to make sure that we have a common understanding in this meeting of what a green economy is. And the first takeaway for those that are not familiar with the concept is that it's not a sector, rather it's a philosophy or a paradigm for growing an economy. Right, so the United Nations Environment has a definition. I'm not going to bog you down with what that definition is, but suffice to say that a green economy has three characteristics. It's an economy that is powered by low carbon energy sources, and those are largely renewable energy sources. It's an efficient economy. As an economy that makes sure that we use our water resources, our energy resources as wisely as possible. And it's an inclusive economy. So it's an economy that make sure that youth, women are involved and beneficiaries into the economic benefits of government's investments. So in a nutshell, that's what a green economy is. It's those three characteristics. If you're interested, you can look up the definition, but really that's in a nutshell what it is. Now, I hope those that have interest in the green economy are aware that the African Union Africa Agenda 2063 places that transition squarely at the center. So and most of the governments in the continent would have their own individual green economy or climate change strategies. So from a policy point of view, as a continent and as individual countries, we acknowledge and appreciate it. We appreciate the notion of a transition, but whether we are actually taking and exploiting the many opportunities that reside in that transition is not yet established. And that's why the role of science and technology parks is extremely important in making sure that we advance such a transition. If you listen to all the CEOs of the science and technology parks in Africa, we all focusing on elements of green economy, be it on agro-processing, in clean energy, in resource efficiency. So we're all working towards the same thing, but I believe that we can increase and enhance our efforts and really collaborate. And because as a continent, we're a big market, there are opportunities to develop these technologies, and through this free trade agreement, move some of the solutions to where they are needed across the continent. So I'll stop here for now, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Tabi. Dr. Mwangi, there is need for all the players in the ecosystem to be well coordinated. The academia, the government, the private sector, the non-state actors need to all come together for this vision to be achieved. We heard from other parks outside Africa the way strategically positioned to attract private investors to be part of the conversation. And where you're seated, could you comment on the role of academia in supporting and ensuring that science parks begin to utilize our intellectual capabilities for economic growth with reference with the AGOA?
Thank you, June. First of all, I apologize because my camera was off, but now it's not getting on. Now, let me start by acknowledging the previous speeches by of course, the keynote address by the PS Joseph Mucheru. The previous speech by my PS Ambassador Mkwesi, and the NEPAD presentation, and of course the previous speakers who have just spoken. Before I answer your question, I would just like to mention that for the developed countries, the economy is driven on science, technology, and innovation. and science parks form a major component. And if you look at the BRICS, that is Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, they have invested heavily on science, technology, innovation. Now, the other African countries really don't invest. So as long as we don't invest in science, technology, innovation, and the science parks, which are really the incubators for innovation, then we won't get development. So what am I stressing? We need to invest heavily on science, technology, innovation. I know we invest heavily on health, we invest heavily on other issues, but is this a major call? Now, coming to the local scenario, I'm very happy that the PS pitch highlighted the various science parks in the country, the Dedan Kimathi, the KAIST, the Chuka University, and the other institutions that were mentioned in the speech. But I would like to mention that from the coordination point of view, the ministry has several agencies which are looking at various aspects of innovation and science technology. The Department of University Education, of course, links all the universities together. We come in as a Department of Research, Science and Technology to make sure that the STI is implemented, because actually our role is the integration of science, technology, into national development. That is the key role. And therefore, we have got various bodies and organizations. We've got the National Council for Science, Technology and NACOSTI. We've got the Kenya National Innovation Agency. We've got the National Research Fund. We've got the Biosafety Authority. We've got, of course, for the private sector, we've got LIWA, linking industry with academia. And of course, we have partnerships with international agencies, the European Commission, UNESCO, just to mention a few, the NAM Center in India. So we are also involved in tapping innovation from outside. Because what I didn't hear a lot in this presentation is tapping the innovation from outside and domesticating it. So we are therefore involved in coordinating. Our science policy has 9 strategic platforms. The medium term has 9 strategic platforms for the next 5 years. They are very well defined. And in fact, the science parks, the physical labs, are part of these innovation platforms, which are in the medium term plan 2018 to 2022, which is obviously being revised in a 5-year cycle. And of course, certainly you're aware that the National Research Fund was set up to try and there was a commitment by the government to put in at least 2% GDP for science, technology, innovation. Of course, this has been affected by factors like COVID and low economy, but that should be the blue dream to achieve the innovation. So in other words, I've explained the various interlocutors we have in the system. On top of this, we have got 8 key research organizations, the Kenya Agricultural Research Livestock Institute for Agriculture, Kenya Medical Research Institution for Health, Kenya Marine Fisheries for the Blue Economy and Fisheries, Kenya Forest Research Institution for the Agro-Forestry and the Forestry sections. We've got international bodies, the International Livestock Institute. We've got the International Center for Insect Physiology and Ecology, and we've got other research activities like in the KWS and the National Museums of Kenya. We have a major research department. So I think we actually are actually the regional hub for innovation in Eastern Africa. And we are therefore well coordinated and of course very future thinking. That's why then we are center in coordinating the Science Parks program within the ministry. June, I hope I have answered your question satisfactorily. Thank you.
So, Dr. Indeed, you've highlighted efforts that the government of Kenya has made with regards to, pushing the institutional development for the implementation of this particular vision. And you did mention that they need to integrate it with national development. I'll pick it up from there and ask Engineer John Tanui. So all the efforts that different countries have had, how then do we integrate these efforts and begin to plug into the
institutional infrastructure the government has put in place quite significant efforts, and it's across the continent we've already done. So I think the next step for us is how to coordinate and interact amongst ourselves so that we do not act in silos. So the existence of now African free trade should open opportunities for us in research and institutions who are mandated with research to start collaborating and to see an association like now International Association of Science Parks bringing the actors and stakeholders within the research environment together is something very worthy. And this is what we need to enhance, to see that within our country, as even Mwangi has mentioned, we need more investment in science parks, and not only by the private sector, the public sector. We want also to see the private sector investing in research. But what we need to encourage, and this is probably at the public sector, is to realize or achieve more coordination and collaboration amongst us across the country, within Kenya, East Africa, and the rest of Africa. And the African division of Science Parks, International Association of Science Parks, Africa Division, can provide a very good platform for us to work together. This year being our workshop, we are doing it virtually. We hope we can have more sessions like this to bring us together so that we can focus on African problems and bring the minds and the strengths across Africa to address our issues. And also we start to build more of our indigenous knowledge and create this knowledge in a way that can be commercialized, and it can be also exported, so that we can also have knowledge that we can interact and transact across the world. And this is what we need to really open the issue, address the issue of silos. Thank you.
Thank you, Engineer John Tanui. And so there are different opportunities that exist that as a continent we can rally our efforts towards to ensure that we quickly enhance our economic growth. And one of them really is a green economy. Tabi, you have quite a number of initiatives within the Innovation Hub in South Africa. How then do you, where do you see this playing a major role in accelerating the growth?
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. Before I respond to your question, let me acknowledge input that Tanui has just made around the protection of our indigenous knowledge systems. I believe that we have a lot of that across the continent, and that can potentially create a lot of jobs, especially for the marginalized communities. Right, and I'm going to try to map out how I believe this free trade agreement can support the indigenous knowledge systems and the owners of those that IP. Now, currently in our continent, it's very difficult to move raw materials for medicinal and cosmetic products, right? And I am hoping that through this trade agreement, that will be easy, because if we are able to move some of these products without any glitches, we can really build a huge biopharmaceutical industry that is based on our own indigenous crops. We are one of the most biodiverse continent in the world. So I do believe that one of the ways in getting people out of poverty is creating jobs. And we do have mechanisms, we do have policies, yes, but we even have products that can be traded not just in the continent, but globally. So I'm hoping that for some of us who are working in the biosciences, in the pharmaceutical spaces, in the cosmetics, really look at this issue of protecting our indigenous knowledge systems. So I thought I must just touch on that, because Tanui triggered it in my mind. But just to respond to the question on some of the projects and some of the solutions that we are supporting and how we believe they can contribute to job creation and therefore poverty alleviation. Now, I did in my definition of what a green economy is indicate that renewable energy specifically plays a huge role in this transition towards a greener economy. And there are a number of solutions that are coming out in our various countries, but our individual economies are not big enough to attract, to really grow those businesses to the potential that they have. If you look at Botswana, for instance, it's an economy of about 2 million people. I'm not sure whether the CEO of Botswana Innovation Agency, that has moved to 3 million, I'm not sure. But having such great products coming out of the BI8 with only 3 million population will not reach the impact that we can potentially have. So one of the things that all of us who are running incubation initiative know for sure is that the entrepreneurs that we support in this green economy space, in the biotech space, their biggest challenge is access to market opportunities. And so if we are really going to assist them with access to markets, we need to organize ourselves as science and technology parks and understand and come up with strategies on how best to move some of the products that we support across the continent enabled by this new agreement that we have. And really that speaks to the heart of poverty eradication. Poverty eradication will only be achieved if we are able to create the much needed jobs and really improve livelihoods. So some of the technologies speak to the very needs that our communities face. One of the biggest challenges that we face in African continent is the issue of slums and sanitation in slums. And if there's anything that COVID-19 has pointed us to is the weakness of the sanitation system in our continent. Now, all of a sudden, we need to live in a sterile environment, and it's difficult for the majority of our people in the continent to adhere to some of these regulations when they don't even have the basic sanitation solutions. So the solutions that are being developed here will lead to job creation through a wider access, a wider market, which is a market across the continent, and of course, improve the livelihoods of the people. So yeah, job creation will ultimately help us as a continent deal with poverty eradication agenda. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Tabi. In the interest of time, allow me to sample some questions, then we can have our closing remarks as a panel. So, Carol, you've agreed with Engineer John Tanui that indeed industry-driven research and development and emphasis on corporate innovation is key. And as you prepare your closing remark, Dr. Monti, you can pick on that. We have Dr. Edwardine. He's saying, Melamu, great thinking. Africa is well endowed with medicinal plants. 80% of the population still rely on traditional practices and herbal medicines for their primary care. Sometimes it's the only available or affordable healthcare option, especially in remote areas. We also have Sanda, who is saying job creation requires transition from lab to industry. My feeling is that biotechnology innovation is missing this translation step in the southern part of the continent. Actually, Tabi, do you want to respond to that briefly? That is there a mislink between the actual research that we are having in the laboratories with innovation? How can those two support us to get the products out in the market and begin to respond to actual challenges that are facing our continent?
Yeah, thank you, June, for that opportunities. I think the strength of universities and research institutions is in developing research. More often than not, they also attempt to commercialize it, but they don't necessarily have the skills that are required to move the tech from those technology readiness level to market. And that's exactly where we should position ourselves as science and technology parks. Ours is to make sure that the technology that comes out of our research institutions gets greater chances of hitting the market. And that's by focusing on a whole lot of those elements that are around making sure that we build partnerships with the potential end users. We build strong partnerships with funders and financiers of these technologies, and make sure that we build a solid value chain from research to the market. It's currently weak. There are pockets of excellence where that's working, and I've heard about it in Kenya, in Botswana. There are even pockets of excellence. We have examples here at the Innovation Hub where some of the tech that has been developed at the universities has come through our doors as the Innovation Hub, and is now, enjoying, market expansion, not just here, but in the rest of the continent. So we just need to make sure that we replicate some of the, success stories that we have enjoyed as science and technology parks.
And so parks are actually a catalyst to supporting innovators to commercialize.
Absolutely.
Dr. Mwangi. Dr. Mwangi, are you still with us?
Yes, I'm with you. I'm with you.
Yes, could you pick from there, this linking the labs to actual market and ensuring that we are well coordinated. As I request Najib Abida to mute his video. If you are not speaking, kindly mute your video. You are spearheading the establishment of 11 physical sciences laboratories. There is a question here regarding the linkages between the labs and the industry. Could you speak to that as you give your concluding remarks?
Thank you very much, June. I want to just to emphasize on the last point the previous speakers made. Scientists are very good in developing innovations. They are very good. I'm a scientist, but the scientists are not marketers. So the business in fact, scientists develop prototypes. And I'll give you an example of the European Commission, because I've been working with the Commission for some programs for some time. The European Commission have a special fund or grant. I can hear some echo in the background. There is an echo in the background. The European Commission has a...
We can hear you well. Just proceed. We can hear you quite well.
Yes, the European Commission have a very huge grant which funds SMEs to take up the prototypes from the universities to market, because the universities can never do the two jobs. I repeat, innovators are not marketers. Now, I want to give you an example of what the European Commission did recently. When the COVID outbreak came, they launched a big call, a very huge call among the European countries. And as you can see where we are now, the vaccine has been developed with less than 1 year. The Commission put in a very huge funding. Now, what I'm talking about is for the prototype conversion, the Commission will even fund an SME to the tune of even 340 million euros, a lot of money, when they see a promising product. Now, this concept is lacking in African countries. So, in fact, what I would like to propose, the NRF, we are only funding researchers in universities. But we need that model of the European countries, where we fund SMEs and universities. So, University of Nairobi was trying to do the HIV vaccine with Oxford University. But we should have a local company, like maybe Bayer or any other company, applying for a huge grant from the Kenyan government to take up the HIV vaccine and commercialize it. And this is what I would expect to happen in the science parks, the Concert City, and other institutions. And remember the laptop project for the children. That is the phase which lacked. Universities picked up to develop the laptops, but they don't have that capacity. You need a manufacturer, an SME to do this. So I think that is one thing I wanted to point, and that is where the science parks are coming in. So engineer, you have a role. look for the prototypes from the scientists, and then you ask the government to put money heavily on you. Then you convert the prototype to a commercial product. So I think I put clear where I see the science parks coming in. You are going to have the business people who know how to sell the products to the people. So, which was our last question, June? My concluding remarks.
Yes.
First of all, as I said, the first thing is to invest heavily in science and innovation. I know when you have disasters, when you have a flood, the Kenyans raise billions in 1 or 2 months. When you have a disaster, companies will come in Safaricom and put money to solve that disaster. But science, technology, innovation, the results are not realized overnight. They are 10-year plans. And this is why the European governments have put in money in innovation, because they know you don't see the results tomorrow. Now, I come more pragmatic. When you tell the politicians to put in money on innovation, they don't see very well, because when you put money on a road, you see the road in 2 years. But in innovation, you see the product in 10 years. So the politicians are there for a very short time. They cannot therefore see why we want to put more. I'm not against them. I'm only being scientific. Why we put in money on an innovation which will only be realized when they are out of parliament. But the European governments think differently. So, engineer, what I'm stressing is that we have to put in a lot of money in innovation, and indeed we press for NRF to be given the 2% GDP. I hope, June, I've made my concluding remarks. And finally, the African Union and the NEPAD, we have nice documents. We have the STISA. Before that, we had the NEPAD CPA, Concerted Plan of Action. The documents are very good, but the African governments still don't put money on the table. And I've been in many developed countries, and as long as we don't put money on the table to support innovation, we will still be having good meetings and good wishful thinking, engineer. Sorry for me being a bit frank. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That is how scientists think. Put, we need to link politics with development in research, and as a continent, we need to channel more resources towards science, technology, and innovation and research. And at that point in time, I would like to ask Engineer John Tanui. So then, going forward as STPs in the African chapter, how then do you position yourselves to rally the governments within the region to ensure that we actually put the money on the table?
Thank you, June. I want to commend my colleagues. They've really addressed some of these issues. Melamu has put the potential of the indigenous knowledge even in a bigger way. The biotech potential for Africa is huge. We could actually control a significant potential of the global market. Dr. Mwangi has pointed the cap. Yeah, yes, we have this intention, we have these capabilities, but there is this cap that we need to. But it's good to see what is already happening. There is investment in building the infrastructure. The projects like Onsa Technopolis, putting up institutions, the first step is already happening. So I think we need to quicken so that we can align the long-term results of innovation and research and the short-term expectation by policymakers, legislative arms of the government, to see that we can find a meeting ground. So we've got a lot of work to do, and Dr. Mwangi, I think I'm not in this alone. We are in this together, and many of us in the science and technology and innovation across Africa. This is an effort we need to do, and we need to start appreciating the small milestones that we make. Like today, bringing all of us together, this is a big milestone. Secondly, we need to start identifying this private sector who are already doing something and see how can we facilitate them to realize even small efforts and results, so that we can now have government gain more confidence in these entities to be able to be funded. And I think the intentions are there, and very good efforts are ongoing. So my concluding remarks is we are on track. The journey is, of course, is still very long, and as it said, Chinese probably even a journey of starts with a one step. So we need to walk those very basic steps as a continent and be focused and make these results start trickling in soon. And maybe before I conclude, I would like maybe someone, our chairman, Dr. Ruben Mutiso, who is a chair of the board, is here. He's very keen on the issue of indigenous knowledge. He can just speak a minute on it before you go to the next speaker.
All right, CEO guided. Let's close the panel by allowing Dr. Melamu to also give our concluding remarks. Then we can request the chair to say something. We are behind schedule, really behind schedule, and we'd like to really move very fast.
Yeah, so thank you very much, moderator. I think mine is for us to really realize the level or the amount of potential that this continent has, and the important role of these institutions that we are part of, and really our responsibility to, as a convener and as a builder of strong partnerships. So we are that linkage. We always talk about the fact that we are disjointed as innovation ecosystem. We are that link, and we need to act as that link. And we need to make sure that we lead the conversations around implementation of the Africa Free Trade. So let's do it. Let's make sure that we collectively from now make sure that that vision, and I hope, moderator, people will read the amazing vision that is AU 2063 that we have as Africans, to inspire ourselves and to call ourselves to action and make sure that we within this generation leave this continent in a much better place than it was in the previous generation. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Tabi. Richard Mosero, we would appreciate if you can mute your video. CEO, I will give our chairman a minute, but just allow me to recognize comments that have been sent through. Seth, you were saying when said you have work to do in the areas of science, technology, and innovation. Amos Chege from Meru University. The process of establishing science and technology parks faces challenges ranging from identifying a business need and screening partners to negotiate contracts and structuring pilots. This can take 6 to 8 months, often leading to loss of momentum and resulting in less favorable outcome. Well-put engineer from Manesa, long-term results on innovation requires early technological adapters in government to create positive push. This is fantastic dialogue. We must keep engaging. That is John Gidaiga. And yeah, thank you so very much. So if the chairman is ready to say something, I would like to thank the panel. Thank you for your insight. Thank you, Tabi, for coming through and bringing this idea whose time has come on green economy. And we hope that you will continue to work with the leadership within the IASP to ensure that we progress this conversation. Engineer John Tanui, thanks for really giving us context. Mwangi, we appreciate your feedback. Quite frank, and we hope that the leaders here can pick it up and ensure that we actually have the money and we fund innovation and learn from those who've done it very well. As we wait for the chairman,
you can proceed. You can proceed, June. Is unable to just join right now.
Okay. All right. We are now in a very important session where we want to showcase some of the innovations happening within the continent, especially the parks that are within IASP. Samuel Kisia, thank you for joining. Could you kindly mute your video? We'll start with innovation happening in Botswana. Eric, if you can play the video. Yes, Eric. Eric, we are waiting for you to showcase the innovation from Botswana.
My name is Tusao Tusite. I'm a CEO and co-founder of Classmate. Classmate Online is an interactive and collaborative e-learning platform. So Classmate helps connect students across the country where they can chat with each other. They can do quite a lot of things. They have access to unlimited content on the platform. We actually improve access to educational content. A student in Shakawe can have access to interact with the students in Gaborone or anywhere at any time, at any place. With Classmate, we are not simply just pushing the content. We bring in artificial intelligence within our platform, got like your machine learning. So what we do is like we have solutions like text to speech for those people who can't see. And then we also have speech to text for those people who cannot hear. And what really motivated me was because I could see Botswana as like any other country is now pushing into a knowledge-based economy. And we're also looking at how we can transform education in a digital space. So the reason why we came out with a solution like Classmate is because we realized that there's a boundary between school and home. We came with a solution so that each time a student wants to learn, then it becomes even possible to do that. Ever since coming to Botswana Innovation Hub, we've been taken through different processes. We've been taken through how to even start pitching to our investors, and then also even how to sell. Because first of all, we come here and all that we know is about our product, but how to take it to the market and how to scale it is usually a problem. So Botswana Innovation Hub has really assisted us a lot in terms of infrastructure, in terms of even the finance itself. I'll say, well, keep it up, innovators. Come to Botswana Innovation Hub, meet other innovators, network, and have a good time.
Yes, that's an innovator from Botswana. Clearly, we are really making progress as a continent, and now would like to usher in an innovation from South Africa, that is from the Innovation Hub in South Africa. Eric, could you kindly showcase that?
You wouldn't know unless you had been there, unless you are there. Privacy becomes an issue. People stare. Those private moments, those comfort breaks are no longer comfortable. Privacy no longer exists. I have been there, and the worst parts are those private moments I took for granted. Those private moments we all take for granted. One day, while going through this daily difficulty, I had a thought. This thought turned into an innovation that will affect the lives of thousands of people, if not millions of people that are bound to a wheelchair.
The Paratube, a wheelchair device that helps people maintain dignity when they need it most.
In 2011, I had a major accident, which resulted in me being wheelchair bound. I lost my independence and I lost my dignity, as now I needed assistance from mother and granny to lift me off the wheelchair and put me onto the toilet pot. During this period, I thought to myself, if I'm going to be in this situation for a short period of time, what about those that's going to be in this situation for the rest of their lives? And that's when I came up with the innovation called the Paratube. The Paratube is a retrofitted seat that fits into any existing wheelchair, working together with disposable biodegradable bags, allowing the client to be more independent and retain their dignity during those private moments.
Designed and developed by Portia Mavangu and Durishna Chelan in association with the Department of Science and Technology, the Technology Innovation Agency, the Innovation Hub, the Global Clean Tech Innovation Program, and the IDC. PRD Logical Solutions, a black woman-owned entity, is the design and manufacturing company that is poised to deliver a positive experience to all wheelchair-bound people in South Africa throughout Africa and across the globe. Now we need you to help bring back dignity to as many South Africans as possible. The IDC has funded the development phase of the Paratube seat, and your letter of intent will help unlock extra funding from the IDC to see the development come to full fruition.
Imagine how many nursing staff, caretakers, and family members will be affected positively by the seat. Less back strain and injury. No more unnecessary pushing of the wheelchair to find a paraplegic toilet. In fact, comfort breaks can be taken in any private room. This means that any office buildings are able to be compliant with the needs of disabled staff without having to rebuild the toilet facilities.
President Cyril Ramaphosa has endorsed Porsche and the Paratube.
And Portia Mabungu, who invented a mechanism to assist people with disability to use the toilet with dignity.
I was so surprised and honored when President Ramaphosa mentioned me and my innovation.
Together, we bring back dignity for those private moments.
We appreciate your support. Thank you.
Thank you for your support.
All right. They say necessity is the mother of invention. Thank you. We now are happy to showcase innovators from Kenya. We are waiting on you, Eric, to showcase innovators from Kenya.
Company that was began about 7 years ago when I was in campus, and it was started to fill a need that I had to be able to have something in my hands when I get out of campus. I was so afraid of unemployment because it's something I was seeing outside there every single day. So it's an IT company, majorly dealing in digital services and software development. And in software, we do web systems, mobile applications. We also design branding materials for companies. And we have a new product that we call digital business positioning that helps companies to position themselves and widen their digital footprint. We are enabling people. That enabling people is one thing that has made us survive even until this time. Many companies are falling down, and by the simple fact that we are in technology and everyone is running towards technology right now, has enabled us to stay afloat because people still need our services, even when there's a crisis. The biggest capital investment is right in your head. It is there with you. It's like God. The biggest investment you are given the day you are born, and you can use that investment, sow it somewhere, and let it grow.
We have another innovator coming up shortly from Kenya.
My name is Elizabeth Achieng. I'm the co-founder of Ukulima Tech, a social enterprise that promotes urban access to sustainable, healthy, and nutritious vegetables. At Ukulima Tech, we are encouraging everyone, everywhere, to grow vegetables right at home. My interest was born out of challenges of limited spaces within the urban setup, where people are finding it difficult to have gardens within their homes, where they can grow food for their own subsistence or for their family household consumption. We want to design and fabricate vertical gardens for restaurants. We want to convince these restaurants that you don't need to buy herbs. You don't need to go to the market to look for herbs. We can have the vertical gardens at your salad bar. We're also looking into establishing partnerships with schools where we can cultivate vertical gardens as a school feeding program for the learning population. Most importantly, we want to establish large-scale garden fresh centers where we have large-scale vertical gardens within the city. We grow the vegetables on our own and then we supply for large-scale consumers. Vertical farming is the future. This is an alternative solution that can actually be sustainable to both households, to consumers, and everyone with an interest in eating healthy.
All right, we cross borders to Nigeria.
There is no audio, June. Check this. If it's not possible, June, you can go to the next.
All right, CEO, guided. I think we'll try and check that so that we can still be able to play it. But we move to the next session of our presentation, and allow me to introduce the next session where we are going to look. I think it's ready. Eric, you can play if it's ready. All right. Okay. So we'll proceed and invite our next moderator for the next session. We are going to have Assistant C-Suite Executive. His name is Dr. McLean Sibanda. He's the Managing Director of Beacon Global Limited, a leading infrastructure development. I can hear some echo.
Hi, my name is Mario. We all know the struggles of having to wait in line to see medical doctors. And many of us also know that there's a huge doctor shortage in Nigeria and Africa at large. But guess what? I've got good news for you. The Lafia Telehealth Limited has created and developed a platform that allows individuals to access a medical doctor irrespective of your income group or your location. I want to show you a use case scenario.
Good morning, Miss Dory. Remind to take your father's help connect to doctor. Okay, thank you.
Hi, I'm Dr. Mayemi. Nice meeting you. Good morning. Hi, Dr. Andre. Have you had the telemedicine experience before? No, I haven't, but I'll be looking forward to it. All right. The nurse over there with you will be helping me while we attend to you. Hope you are fine. I've been feeling really busy, I'm sure you know, and I've been having them. All right. The note has already forwarded your vital sign to me and the results. No cause for alarm, but from the results shows that you are positive to pregnancy test. How do you feel about it? I feel good. Congratulations. Thank you. All right, congratulations. Those feelings and symptoms you are experiencing now is part of the early symptoms and signs of pregnancy. Miss Glory, I would like to do some checks on you. Nurse over there. Nurse, please, can you help me to zoom the camera? Miss Glory, please, put your hands and let me see your eyes, please. Bring it down a bit. All right, show me your palm. All right, you are good. There's no problem. I intend checking for anemia, but you are not anemic. Therefore, I'll prescribe some drug for you.
The Lafayette Teliac platform is a robust AI-powered platform that allows and helps the doctors to get the best diagnosis for each patient. We have AI-powered examining tools that helps to check vital signs, check the temperature, blood pressure of patients, and these informations are transmitted instantly to the doctors to give a better view and diagnosis for each patient. You can see the device has a very powerful HD camera that gives the best visual representation of whatever the doctor should be saying. The Lafayette Teliac platform has different use cases and meets different demands. So you can deploy these devices in hospitals or health centers who lack doctors. If you have operations who have resource people and individuals who go to remote location and need to access healthcare, you can also deploy these devices there. Aside from this device, the Lafayette Teliac device has a software application where individuals can install on their mobile phones. So all you need to do is have the software on the phone and have these examining tools, and you can talk to a doctor instantly. These examining tools help the doctors to get better diagnosis for each patient. If you want to get more information about Lafayette, visit the website at www.lafayette.app or just send us an email at info@lafayette.app. Thank you.
All right, just to mention that those are actual startups and innovators from Nigeria and not from Abuja Technology Village. They are well coordinated and they're able to showcase innovations outside their park. Now we move to the next session. And this actually is Assistant Executive Dr. McLean Sibanda, who is the Managing Director of Begin Global Limited. This is a leading infrastructure development specialist firm founded in South Africa. Mr. Sibanda has held senior executive positions in private and public sector, and he was the CEO of the Innovation Hub in South Africa. And today he's going to moderate our session. He's also an author of a book titled Nuts and Bolts: Strengthening Africa's Innovation and Entrepreneurship Ecosystem. If you are interested in this book, talk to me. I have a couple of copies, but welcoming Dr. McLean Sibanda. If you could just play a short video as we are allowing you to play. welcome Dr. Sibanda as we allow Ricardo to kindly mute. Ricardo, please mute your video. Ricardo, please mute your video. Thank you. Take it up, Dr. Sibanda.
Thank you very much, June, and congratulations for a great job. I've been following the proceedings and excellent work, and congratulations to Konza for organizing this IASP Africa Division workshop, and also congratulations to all the CEOs of the IASP science parks that have participated, and the interesting discussions that just took place as well on the role of science parks. So that was actually very interesting. So we're now moving to the last, I think it's the last session of this workshop, where we'll focus on the establishment of a smart vaccine production facility at Konza. And in essence, although it says lessons from South Korea, I'd like to perhaps turn it around and say, what are the lessons from Africa? I think all of us have seen the challenges that Africa has faced in terms of COVID-19. And we note as well that none of the vaccine candidates that are on trial or in use originate from Africa. More recently, I think we found ourselves scrambling and almost begging for vaccines to be made available to us. A continent of our size, with 54, 55 countries, this cannot be. We should be able to establish vaccine manufacturing capability. And this afternoon, I'm honored to be joined by 4 people, Mr. Ondari Mogeni, Associate Research Scientist at the International Vaccine Institute, Patrick Tipo at BioVac Institute in South Africa, Dr. James Kimoto, who is the Head of Innovation and Technology Transfer Division at Camry, as well as our host and CEO of Konza, Technopolis, Engineer John Tanui. And I think by way of background, we're also aware that Konza is, with the support of the government of South Korea, in partnership with the Ministry of Health of Kenya, the Kenya Medical Research Institute, KEMRI, the Ministry of Education of Kenya, the State Department of University Education and Research, they're working on establishing a smart vaccine production facility at Konza. And the bigger question really is, what are the lessons from the other parts of the continent, and how can we support Konza Technopolis in this particular journey? When the next pandemic hits, is Africa going to be ready to provide vaccines for its own people? That is the question. And so without much ado, I'd like to welcome my panelists. I have introduced you, and perhaps we can start with Mr. Mogeni. Just by very high level introduction, tell us about the International Vaccine Institute and also your global mandate on vaccine production. So very briefly, and then we will thereafter move over to our next speaker as well.
Thank you, Sibanda, for the opportunity. There's an echo at the background. Thank you, Sibanda, for the opportunity, and also for the organizers for the invitation. And the beauty of technology is that it can bring many people from all over the world, but I think also has the disadvantage because like right now it's a minus to 11 in South Korea. So briefly about the International Vaccine Institute, it is an offshoot of United Nations Development Program. It was founded in 1997. It is the first international organization to be headquartered in South Korea. And currently we have 36 countries, including WHO, who are signatories and state parties. And the reason why it was initially formed was basically to ensure the development of safe and effective vaccines for various infectious or rather communicable diseases, which largely afflict the low and middle income countries. And for that reason, we are a non-governmental, non-interest entity. Therefore, any vaccine work that we do does not generate interest, and that's basically why we were founded. And currently, we have programs running across 24 countries, historically having worked in about 75 countries, running across in Africa, here in Asia, and as well as in South America. And how we fit into the overall picture of vaccines is that we basically are there across the entire pipeline of vaccine development, from discovery to development to the delivery, which means from generating of ideas, lab work, preclinical studies in animals, and then moving on to clinical studies from phase 1 to phase 3, technology transfer to industry, and working with the relevant industry players to ensure that whatever that has been developed is properly manufactured, in place having proper functioning national regulatory authorities, so that by the end of the day, you have a product that is internationally acceptable and can be given approval not only within the country where it is developed, but also by WHO. It can get pre-qualification. So in a nutshell, that is what International Vaccine Institute does. And of course, I'm proud to be the first Kenyan to work in that organization, since it's Kenya that is hosting this forum today. Back to you, Sibanda.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mogeni, for that introduction. And also, I should say good evening as opposed to good afternoon to you, right?
Thank you.
And so now move on to Patrick Tipo at BioVac, an old friend. Patrick and I have known each other for years. And can you tell us about BioVac and perhaps also highlight what BioVac does and your current priorities very briefly? We'll get into more detail shortly.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Martin. This is a great privilege and opportunity. I just need to also highlight the fact that I work for BioVac, but I'm also intimately involved with an initiative on the African continent called the African Vaccine Manufacturing Initiative, AVMI, and it's, in a way, it's a hectic and exciting time to be involved on the continent, because this has been our drumbeat for the past couple of years of vaccine production capacity building in Africa. But a little bit more about that later. So BioVac is a South African vaccine development and manufacturing company. It has shareholding by the South African government, and it was established to resurrect and re-establish vaccine production capability in South Africa, but with a view to making an impact across Africa and the rest of the world. So we've been on this journey for a number of years now, over 15 years, close to 17 years, of building this capacity. And in a nutshell, the achievements to date, the progress to date can be summarized as follows. So the first thing to note is skills development. We started off with 25 people in 2003, and now we are close to 330 people. And you will appreciate that these are skilled staff that we have across many, many disciplines, because it takes a whole ecosystem of skilled and people to handle vaccine production capability. The second area is that of infrastructure. We inherited a site from government called the State Vaccine Institute, and we've had to redevelop the site with new infrastructure over the last few years. And so currently we have two filling lines, one vial filling line and one pre-filled syringe filling line for commercial production of vaccines that can do formulation, full finish. So that's the main area of focus currently. The third area which I'd like to highlight is the partnerships that we've had with technology transfer partners, Sanofi and Pfizer, for their blockbuster products, Hexaxim, the 6-in-1 vaccine, and then with Pfizer, the Prevnar vaccine. We're in commercial production of one of those vaccines. And that, I think, confirms BioVac's capability building over recent years, in that we've secured these technology transfer partnerships. And then the last thing I just want to highlight is the technology development capability. We have focused on vaccine development as well. So we've been busy on multiple aspects of vaccine development and manufacturing capacity. And we have focused on a conjugate vaccine capability. And we've developed a conjugate vaccine technology for Haemophilus influenza B, otherwise known as HIB. And we have outward technology transferred that technology to 3 companies, 2 in the East and 1 in the US. So just as a summary, I would offer that as BioVac's key achievements over the years.
Thank you very much, Patrick. So we shouldn't be too hard on ourselves and saying that we don't have capability to develop vaccines when we're actually exporting capabilities to the East and to the US. But we'll come back, to that, shortly. And then our next panelist, James Kimoto. Are you online?
Yes, I'm online, sir.
Okay. Are you able to put on a video, or you're able to? Okay. Great. Awesome. So welcome, James, and perhaps can you briefly tell us about KEMRI and also the role of KEMRI in medical research and development in Kenya, and perhaps also with a focus around also vaccines?
Thank you. The Kenya Medical Research Institute, KEMRI, is a national body that is mandated to carry out research in health. And what KEMRI does, it is a very key arm of the Ministry of Health, where it helps the ministry to come up with new policies or even with new products or innovations. And KEMRI has a workforce of about 5,000 people, and about 1,000 of them, they are employed by the government, but the rest, they are actually employed by projects. And when we look at the area of research where KEMRI is very strong, KEMRI, we are strong in the area of infectious disease research. HIV, we are very strong, and Ebola. And also at the same time, we are strong in the area of developing public health systems, and as well as dealing with NCDs. And especially this time of COVID, KEMRI, we have been at the forefront of guiding the government on the best approaches to handle the pandemic. And then when it comes to production of vaccine, KEMRI, we have realized that for this country to develop, the journey must start. This journey must start right now. And what Mr. Mwangi said is that we must plan for the future now, and we need to be patient, because our policymakers, a number of times, they are not patient. They want to invest the money and they get the results tomorrow, but research, that is not the case. Now, when it comes to the area of vaccine production, what we want to do is we want to start the journey. And we know the journey, it will take 10 years. Still, we are going to be patient. If we will not have achieved much, 20 years, 30 years, but one time we are going to leap from the efforts of today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dr. Kimoto. I like that, thinking that we have to start. It may take us 10 years, it may take us 20 years. And I think the messaging around what you've just said is that it's a long-term thinking that needs to be, done. I'm sure, Patrick will come back to attest to that in terms of the skills development and the capabilities that have been built, over the time. So before I get back to the three gentlemen, and there should have been a lady on this panel, and we'll fix that next time. Let me ask Engineer Tanui, why do you think Konza Technopolis is the best suited location for this proposed vaccine production facility, and how does it fit in with the vision of Konza?
Thank you, McLean. First, I want to commend the great strides which is happening across Africa. It's great to hear what Patrick Thibault has mentioned, the journey of 15 years, building capacity, the ecosystem, the infrastructure to be where it is. And also even to see our colleague here, Mr. Mokeni, working for a global institution focused on really a key area. And also Dr. Kimoto, because Kemri has actually had a lot of achievement and positioned Kenya well in respect to research. We at Konza Technopolis are very keen to see that this location really achieves its position as a science and technology park. We want to be a global hub of innovation and technology, and the Kenyan government is really committed, as you heard from the speech and the comments from the PS of ICT and Innovation, the comments you also heard from the PS of Education, and government has put significant investment to make this location an attractive location, to ensure there is a smart infrastructure and services, to ensure we have put platforms to support innovation and knowledge economy. Now we have infrastructure, huge infrastructure ongoing to really create a city from a greenfield. Secondly, we have located a national data center, which is a digital platform for the country, which all the research would need this computing power. So the necessary foundations are there. We've also set up a research institute, the Kenya Advanced Institute of Science and Technology, which we are establishing in partnership with the Korea Advanced Institute of Science and Technology. These will be the foundational things. And you heard when Patrick mentioned that there is a lot that needs to be done in respect to all science, which is including the infrastructure. And that is what we want to put, the physical infrastructure to make the location attractive. The second one, to build the necessary ecosystem, linkages that will be required to ensure this location. We are working very closely with other government agencies, including Ministry of Health and Kemri. Here, Dr. Kimoto has talked, and it's out of that discussion, discussing possibilities that Ministry of Health and Kemri identified one of the initiatives that the country must start working towards now is establishment of a vaccine facility. And like I take journeys, whether it's nuclear energy and also now vaccines, these are things we take many years before you are able to build a capacity, before you are able to be accepted amongst the peers across the world, to be able to be a trusted producer of certain products like vaccines. So we need to start this journey. At the country at the moment, we do not have human vaccine facility. There are many discussions which has been going on, and now we are prepared, Konza, to be conducive and ready for such a facility. And that's why we're having this conversation and having partners, friends, to discuss how can we make contribution towards what's happening in South Africa, West Africa, and maybe Egypt, to see that also Kenya can come to make contribution, because we are still a very large importer. I saw the statistics. We import most of our vaccines, and we get a lot of support externally, but this support might not last forever. And so we must start building the capacity and also make contribution as a continent towards the addressing some of our issues. we have what we call the tropical diseases, things that require us to address. So Konza Technopolis is ready to be the location that will provide a platform infrastructure and ecosystem, be it in vaccines or other technologies. And Konza, as I introduced earlier, we have 3 areas: ICT, life science, and engineering. So life science really focuses on this specific area.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Engineer Tanui. Do you mind just muting your mic, Engineer Tanui? Yeah, so really, great. And I think at a personal level, we are looking forward to being part of the Konza ecosystem in terms of the specialized hospital that Bigan is going to be leading and placing at Konza. I just want to come back. Mr. Mogeni, you spoke about an entire pipeline of value chain production that you operate in as IVI. Patrick, you also mentioned that you represent the African Vaccine Manufacturing Initiative. And we've just heard now from Engineer Tanui that Kenya does not have a human vaccine facility. But also we've heard from Dr. Kimoto in terms of KEMRI's contribution and engagement with government to be able to establish that capability. So I think the question to Mogeni and Patrick and Kimoto is, how ready is Africa to establish and manage human vaccine development production facilities? Are we ready?
Okay. Okay, if I could go fast. One would say we are ready because the time is now. We're having this conversation at a time when we're having a pandemic. So one could say that there can never be another time. But it's good.
You've been muted, Mogeni.
Oh, sorry. Okay. I was trying to say, yes, I believe the time is now for Africa to be able to develop and manufacture vaccines. And I was moving to say that as Tiptoe works for one of the facilities that has the ability to manufacture vaccines, but to put things into perspective, Africa has only less than 5 facilities that can manufacture vaccines. 2 of them are now in South Africa, one in Egypt and the other in Tunisia, and the 5th one, you could say, in Senegal. So of the global vaccine ability, Africa contributes less than 1% of that capability. Yet, we also are consumers of many of those vaccines that are procured. I mean, if we go to most of the national vaccine programs or vaccination programs, they're largely funded globally. We procure those vaccines from globally. And a good example is Kenya. I mean, in 5 years, Kenya will graduate from dependency on Gavi. So the question is, I mean, after Gavi stops funding vaccines to Kenya, which are very important, what happens next? So I think in that context, you'll say Africa. But on the other hand, you need to look at it, why the need for Africa to start this journey of enhancing its capacity development in terms of vaccine production. You look at it that if we really had to vaccinate every person who needs to be vaccinated, every child, we'll actually save 2.5 million lives every year. And for every vaccine that is administered into the future, you save $16 that could have otherwise would have been lost in lost productivity, lost time, health costs, and all that, which then can be channeled to the other things. So we do have Africa has the capacity in terms of human resource. We are some of the brightest minds. If you look at the global pandemic that have been involved there, Tiptoe has been an example of what is happening in South Africa, even to the extent of technology transfer. But also we need the political goodwill, because there is need for collaboration, and we're starting to see that is happening more frequently right now, because vaccine manufacturing is a capital-intensive investment. Tiptoe has talked of more than 10 years. And political goodwill. And I say political goodwill because when you go back in terms of research and development, in Africa, we go back to the 2008 Algiers Declaration, whereby the government said they will commit 2% of their annual fiscal budget toward research and development. But more than 12 years on the line, only less than 5 countries have been able to reach that target. So you will say, yes, Africa is ready, but the other challenge is lack. But there is the goodwill, there is the willingness to collaborate with the human capacity. And I think with this willing to collaborate, then it can be able to move the train forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mogeni. Tipo?
Yeah, thanks for those comments, Mogeni. I agree 100% with you. And perhaps just to add 1 or 2 other thoughts to this. I think that perhaps the question should be phrased a little bit differently. It's not whether we're ready or not, but the moment has come for us to do something. The question is, what is the starting point? And do we have an appreciation of what that starting point is? And I think we have alluded to the fact that we don't have to start from scratch. In other words, that there's zero capacity on the continent. But we have modest capacities spread across the continent. And that provides the springboard. It provides the starting point. So I think we are never going to be better positioned. So I think that's the key point, that we've got to start today. I'm hoping that there is no argument any longer about the need to start. This was, as I said, the drumbeat of AVMI for many years, to advocate for investment in vaccine production. I hope that that debate is off the table, that everybody is convinced through the COVID-19 experience that Africa needs capacity, but vaccine development capacity, as well as large-scale production capacity. And I think that one has to start now at this point with the end in mind. And we know that the flavor of the month now is the lack of capacity in Africa, the need for vaccines, the need for vaccine access, and it's all in the context of a pandemic. But I think what needs to be appreciated by all stakeholders is that in order to have pandemic capacity, and we've seen this demonstrated elsewhere in the world, that pandemic capacity is not triggered overnight. It rests on the base of routine production capacity, which has been supported in the various countries across the world, including lower middle income countries. We see India and China, big players in the vaccine game, just to name a few. So we've got to appreciate that the pandemic readiness in terms of vaccine production, which obviously will influence vaccine access, is built on the routine program. And that is where governments, regional economic communities, Pan-African organizations need to come together to take the strategic long-term view on building the security. This is a national security, health security initiative. It's not about aiming to make vaccines at much picture that we're looking at. I think that it's patently clear
I think I appreciate the SADC has got a SADC biopharmaceuticals business plan, and the bigger question really is, how do we operationalize that? And in essence, I think what I appreciate is the fact that it's vaccine production or vaccine capability is about national security. And for the continent, it's about continental security, because if we can't vaccinate our own people, how can we make sure that we can guarantee a prosperous Africa? So let me turn it over to Dr. Kimoto. Your thoughts?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I have to reiterate that possibly I can say we are prepared, and yet we are not. We are not, because looking at the capacity, something as simple as the human capacity to do vaccine production and development in our countries, we have not. Okay, we have very great scientists, yes, but we have not modeled our scientists to think in a way they can do business, to think in a way that they can do production, and even to treat them in such a specified way that they can be able to produce vaccines. The truth of the matter is this: we need to really sit down and look at the issue of the training of the people, because the issue of human capacity, that one, it must be the first thing that we address, because you cannot come up even with a good plan of vaccine production if you do not understand what the process is. Therefore, my thinking is this: we need to come up with a very deliberate planning. We develop our own human capacity, and also we leverage on people like Patrick. Patrick, I don't think that we can start manufacturing of vaccine without getting help from our colleagues in Africa. And I think this one, to me, it is very important. We look at what we have and how do we build this capacity. Then from there, other things, the issue of capital will come in, because you can have capital, but without human capital, all will be waste anyway. And I think this is what I have to say. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Kimoto. I mean, I like the thinking around being deliberate, having a plan that we implement, and I think Tipo referred earlier to the skills development and infrastructure. So moving from about 22 people to about 330 people for BioVac. And really, I think the question really is: do we have a long-term vision for vaccine production in Africa? So 10 years from now, what capabilities do we need? And therefore, if we're developing the human capital, we need to go back, in essence, to the schooling system and take people in the schooling system, start to orientate them towards vaccine production, and almost channel them, towards that. Put in place the right infrastructure that KEMRI has and other research institutes, have. And perhaps two questions to the four panelists. The first question is there an opportunity for different countries to come together on this initiative that Konza is going to be leading, and almost set up a Pan-African vaccine capability? And so leapfrog, in essence, building up on the capabilities of the two facilities in South Africa, the facility in Senegal, or in Egypt. So that's the first question. The second question is, if one looks at the vaccines that are out there now being rolled out, almost all of them had a biotech startup involved, or a biotech company involved, and whether it's the Pfizer one or the Moderna one, there's a biotech startup that has come through the ranks through innovation funding and all sorts. There are some incentives that government has provided. What are the incentives that are required from our governments to be able to stimulate vaccine production? And maybe let me start off with Mugeni on this one.
Thank you. I guess, with every challenge comes an opportunity. And the best way to look at the two questions that you've asked is to say that currently Gavi supports all the sub-Saharan African countries in terms of vaccination other than South Africa. So in itself, that is an opportunity that I think as and when they graduate, they need to find mechanisms of being able to be self-sufficient. So you can imagine if we had sufficient vaccine manufacturing facilities, whether they are regional. So for instance, what Kenya is planning to put in place, it's serving Eastern Central Africa. Now, so that's an opportunity there with that particular challenge. The other opportunity that we don't have to start from zero. A lot has been done in terms of science. So we know where we are coming from and where we are going. I mean, a good example is COVID-19. People have been wondering how normally it takes more than 10 years to have a drug or a vaccine candidate come through to the market after phase 3 trials. How comes it happening within a happening? And a good example I will give is that we have heavily been involved in the discovery of cholera vaccines and typhoid conjugate vaccines, which basically afflict against sub-Saharan Africa largely. But with tech transfer to countries like Vietnam, to Bangladesh, to India and Indonesia, it has been possible to then manufacture these vaccines at the very least at cost and going through the relevant regulatory processes for them to be pre-qualified by WHO, making them to be available for institutions like Gavi to procure, for institutions like UNICEF, and they can be deployed as and when in need. A good example, we can go back to 2015 when we had such a large outbreak of cholera in Malawi. So the opportunities are there. And I think they are there in the sense that we don't have to start from scratch. We need to start from somewhere. And I think we should try to embrace the idea of collaboration. I think we are at a point, no one can go it alone, basically. I mean, if there's something we can learn from South Africa, we should go for it. If there's something that we can learn in Kenya, so be it. For instance, Kenya needs to capacity build its national regulatory authority. I mean, why start from scratch when you can easily go south and learn something from there, or work with institutions like us? So I think collaboration is the second thing. And then thirdly, I think it's basically to look into the future and always realize that vaccines save lives. And vaccines save lives, and also, as I said earlier, there's a cost to it. So you are able to save a lot of money that otherwise could be utilized elsewhere. Now, in terms of incentives, I think this is where governments come in, an element of governance. I mean, I think you need that political goodwill to have a proper legal framework to be able to operate within, without which it becomes challenges. I mean, I think if Konza and Kemri want to establish these vaccine manufacturing plants, behind the scenes, there'll be a lot of bureaucratic process that need to happen. So you need that legal framework, you need that political goodwill, you need governance in place, and then the ability to provide funding. Yeah, such that I think when you go to policymakers, then we should be able to put the case to them that, because for them they'll want to see after the manufacturing plant, what next? Yeah, how does we make money from there? But if you put it there so that at this point this is supplying vaccines within the region, and into the future you have this economic output that is more valuable. And the last point to say that why I think collaboration is important, why we need to have that political governance. If you look at the outbreak of Ebola in 2014, by the time it was declared over, we had lost up to about $6 billion US, money that would have been utilized elsewhere. When you look at the SARS pandemic of 2003, it is estimated we lost about $50 billion US. And then right now, with the ongoing COVID pandemic, we basically, it will run into trillions, which goes to something Patrick said earlier. Health is national security, is international security, and we have to invest in it. So those I think are opportunities and the incentives you can leverage on to be able to make this a reality and faster. While it took Patrick and his team to do that for 15 years, it should be possible for what Kenya is planning, for instance, to be done within such a time instead of those 15 years, and then spill over to the region. So that by 2027, when they're graduating from Gavi, we should not be talking of seeking loans to procure vaccines, but being able to produce them that way. Back to you.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Mugeni. Tipo?
Yeah, so just to add to that, I think that that it is certainly possible and probably necessary to form these partnerships and share the stories, the learnings across the continent. I think that BIVAC has always been open to these conversations. There are, if you look at the BioVac journey and the BioVac experience, there's no doubt that it could be accelerated. But it can't just be accelerated because, oh, we're going to do it faster. It needs certain inputs to accelerate it. It needs ready access to finance at reasonable rates, and those financial mechanisms need to be quite innovative and creative, because we're looking over at a long-term year. That's number one. Number two, it needs the support in terms of government, local and regionally, to create an incentivized environment for that accelerated development to take place from a regulatory perspective, from even from a power supply perspective, basic things like that, as well as from a market perspective. And this is where governments and regions need to sit around the table and come up with a plan about what's going to happen on the continent as countries graduate from Gavi, by way of example, and what can be done even now in conversation with Gavi to say, can we create a mechanism where local manufacturing in Africa will supply the Gavi markets if and when that occurs to the extent that we all desire with respect to volumes and with respect to quality. I think the other important point to appreciate here is that one way of accelerating the journey and arriving at this desired destination sooner is through partnerships. People who've been there and done that. And I think that in securing partnerships, you need to create the incentivized, enabling environment, as I've just elucidated. But you also need to start building and demonstrating your capacity to absorb technology. Because it's one thing saying, coming into the kitchen and someone's going to teach me to bake a cake, but I've never even used an oven before. And so those are some of the key aspects that we need to be wrestling with, and we need to appreciate that it's all these moving parts that need to come together and click into place over a period of time, rather than tackling everything in a kind of a piecemeal approach and hoping that we can stick it together afterwards.
Very, very interesting, Tipo, because I think what you're describing is in essence an ecosystem, that is required. I mean, looking at all the inputs, I mean, the story is told about, I think, a compulsory license that was issued in Zimbabwe some years ago for them to make HIV drugs, ARVs. But they found that the guys could not make it affordably. Why? Because the duties that the government was charging for the inputs just made it uneconomical. So the different parts of government have got to talk to each other, and one has got to actually analyze the entire value chain. And I like the last point around building capacity to absorb technology. Because that ensures that you can then also start to innovate. Because if the starting point is manufacturing by inbound technology transfer, you want to then quickly move on to a point where you start to innovate yourself and then provide new knowledge. Dr. Kimoto, your thoughts around the two questions that are asked?
Yes. first of all, let me say that with the upcoming smart vaccine facility at Consa Technopolis, I like the approach that has been taken. This approach, to me, it is very, very positive in that we have involved all the parts of the government. Because you see, in the past, possibly it used to be, the issue of Cambridge coming up with a facility or a university. But you see, the approach to me, it is very much light. And I remember in 2017, when Kenya actually started, the process of being wind of Gavi support, we had a meeting in Arusha. And, in this meeting, the East African communities, they were trying to come up with a way of coming up with a common facility. And up to today, what we are doing, we still have some discussions at very high government level with an ultimate objective of involving other regional partners. Because you see, the vaccine market is very limited. And if we try to come up with a vaccine, for Kenya alone, actually it may not be as viable as it should be. Therefore, we need to involve ourselves, our intergovernmental, involvement, regional and even continental and even globally. And I think what is very positive here is that, the approach that we have taken with the Konza Smart Vaccine Facility, it is an all-inclusive approach. And to me, I sense victory. I sense success with this. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kimoto. Now I'll come back to Engineer Tanui. I think we've spoken about incentives, we've spoken about government funding. Are you able to perhaps share with us government's plan, the government of Kenya's plan to finance the development of the proposed facility? You're on mute, Engineer Tanui.
Thank you, McLean. The first thing I want to put in the right perspective is that it's actually driven by Ministry of Health, and Cambridge is playing a very lead role. Konza Technopolis is the location, and for that reason, we are prepared and made the location possible. We have also built a partnership and relationships locally and globally to make this possible. And probably what Dr. Kimoto is saying, we've done it right, bringing everybody in this arrangement. We have Ministry of ICT, we have the location, Konza Technopolis, we have Ministry of Education, where they actually have the scientists and experts, and now and Ministry of Health and also Cambridge. So it's a wide team involved, and it also picks from the historical. What Dr. Kimoto has said, there's been many discussions in the country in the past, and we have been able to also bring the International Vaccine Institute, Mr. Mokeni here and the team there, to see how we can bring synergy to make this possible, because it's a very huge undertaking, it's a daring effort, and it takes time, resources, capabilities. So the commitment of the Kenyan government is very strongly there, and as I mentioned, one is the reason why this location was put, when ensuring it focuses also on life sciences. So the commitment is there, but several challenges has to be addressed. And Dr. Kimoto mentioned that it's actually based on the number of population of one country, the project might not be viable. We must make it regional. It must be continental. We must even collaborate with even existing jurisdictions who manufacture vaccines like South Africa and Patrick Tipo, to see how we can bring an whole African synergy to see whether we will have specialized areas across the continent for different kind of vaccines. And this is from Konza Technopolis. We see vaccine as one high scientific area, but we also as a continent, we need to look at all the other aspects to requiring high-tech knowledge, high-tech resource capabilities, and coordination level that we need to work together. One is vaccine, probably the other one is nuclear energy and nuclear medicine and related. Could it be also other areas in pharmaceutical areas? So this is one of the areas that we need to create synergy and make Africa rise and address its own challenges, and also make a contribution towards the global scientific achievement and the knowledge economy.
Right, so I turn over to just mute your mic again, Engineer Tanui. To Tipo. So Tipo, you guys have been manufacturing, producing vaccines at BioVac. You've built capability over the years. What advice would you actually give to Engineer Tanui in terms of what is required from either an infrastructure point of view, or some of the other complementary capabilities that they would need to build into the concert development to make sure that this development actually becomes successful?
So I think obviously there's a whole sort of shopping list of points that one could describe, but I think that the simple statement that vaccine production is complex can never be emphasized enough. And just when you think, okay, I appreciate that it's complex, when you actually dive into it, one begins to appreciate it. And no amount of reading can actually present that reality to one. So whatever one's idea is of complexity and difficulty, it's going to be an order of magnitude or two more than anticipated. But I think that if one then gears oneself up and says, okay, we are prepared for this reality, then I think that proper due diligences are absolutely vital, and proper exposure. Travel to as many facilities, visit as many facilities as you possibly can, and try to form partnerships, or at least line up potential partnerships with potential technology transfer players, because nothing can teach you more than someone who's been there and done that. And certainly from the BioVac experience, and certainly when I talk to my colleagues within the African Vaccine Manufacturing Initiative community, the learning on the job can never be replaced. So there's going to be a huge investment required in terms of skills development and training. One has to tap into local opportunities, but also international opportunities for theoretical training and on the job training. Lining up expert consultants who can that there are going to be aspects of the technology support that you need to secure from outside as well, because it probably won't be present in Kenya immediately, and that is with respect to facility design, etc. That's also going to be critically important. And then the whole investment of around people and time in terms of setting up the quality management system. It is going to cause you sleepless nights, but the quality management system is key in this. And my suggestion is that the quickest way to get there, and it's not without challenges, by the way, but the quickest way to get there is hire in experts from outside, from South Korea, from Europe. Let them come and spend a couple of months, a couple of weeks, a couple of years in the facility. Give them key areas of responsibility, not only as consultants. Employ them as part of your setup. and obviously you're going to manage the personal interactions, the cultural differences, etc. But I think that's probably the fastest way of achieving skills transfer.
Awesome. Great one, Tipo. So I won't come back to you for the wrap up because we're now moving to the wrap up. I think you summarized it very nicely. Mogeni, I just want to pick up on what Tipo has actually said, which is the international transfer and being based also in South Korea, which is a textbook classical case study in terms of how they moved from an agri economy to a very advanced economy, and now in essence they've got capabilities also in vaccine production. What advice would you actually give to Tanui and any of the African countries that are looking at vaccine development?
Listening to Patrick talk about the capability to be able to produce vaccines takes me back to the current pandemic, whereby after the AstraZeneca vaccine was pre-qualified, there was actually technology transfer at cost to India. That's why we are seeing mass production, and Gavi is able then to procure those vaccines, UNICEF, to be able to distribute globally. And I think, of course, Kenya did participate in one phases of the clinical trial. So if you look at it from that particular context, then it goes without saying there's no shortcut in terms of research and development. If you want to succeed, that must be a key ingredient that must be anchored in whatever that has to be done. And of course, within this plant facility, there will be a research and development facility, which hope can then be properly resourced, because that becomes the backbone at the end of the day to have a product then you can be able to produce, then to take to the market. And that also goes without saying, I still go back to the issue of collaboration. And the reason why I am saying that is because without collaboration, you might not be able to get all the players at the same table. And the best way to put this is that when you go back to when the pandemic began last year, when the first case was reported in South Korea, what the government did basically brought everyone at the table, be either government, be the private players, and said, what do you need to be able to ensure we do have kits for testing, we do have facilities that go other inputs. So, and within a couple of weeks, we had testing assays for COVID. And that's how Korea is one of the countries where they're comfortably able to do more than 10,000 tests every day up to now. So it is that particular process, but you cannot escape the research and development bit, which is quite, again, resource intensive. Then comes the issue of collaboration and to ensure that the doors are open to bring the people together. Otherwise, it can be such a long, laborious journey, which then people can give up. And not to forget that, fortunately, we bear the brunt of, Sub-Saharan Africa bears the brunt of most of the communicable diseases, and most of them are vaccine preventable. And it's the greatest ammunition we do have. And the reason why I think it's the greatest ammunition we do have into the future is that if we do not do vaccinate, we'll have more infections that will require to be treated, and will put a pressure on the few antibiotics that we do have, which again estimates indicating that if we continue to have the problem of antibiotic resistance, we'll be losing about 10 million annually by 2050, as well as nearly 1.2 million dollars at the same rate. But if you have vaccines, you can be able to stem that tide, basically. So I think for me, I'll wrap it and say research and development is the way to go. And if African countries will want to achieve UHC. Thank you.
Excellent, excellent. Dr. Kimoto, very briefly from you, any plans around capacity development in vaccine capability that you have in place?
Thank you very much. We have some capacity to develop biomarkers. Our scientists, our molecular biology scientists, they have that capacity. And also we have some very smart scientists who are able to do the bottom-up kind of approach. But the problem has been, where do they take those innovations? Because you need to have, the bottom-up as well as the top-down approach. Therefore, what is there is that Kemri and our country, I think we have some capacity to develop vaccine biomarkers. And at the same time, we can develop now our capacity to do the top-down approach. And I think we have what it takes to do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have a comment from Professor Micheka, who says that it's important to stress on honest technology transfer, not 1 month, but 1 year and over. We've had these arrangements with minimal, success. So I think that's something to keep in mind, Engineer Tanui, as I come to you for you to say your last words in terms of how quickly can we see the plans get off the ground?
First, I want to comment again in the respect to preparing the capacity, and it requires a lot of collaboration. I think this discussion we've had today will be an addition and part of the journey for us to engage as a continent, as a region. To this specific project, it's going to be starting soon in respect to doing a feasibility study. We've engaged a number of partners to get support in funding of the feasibility study. We prepared the location where it would be required to set up this facility, and the journey will begin. And as Professor Micheka has indicated, we want these collaborations and partnerships to be long-term, not short-term, a few weeks or so. So we want to build relationship and linkages across the continent, the 4 countries that already have the capacity. Also the IVI, the International Vaccine Institute. We want to build collaboration and work together in this journey. And it's very good to see that we have a Kenyan in that institution, Mr. Mokeni. And so it will make it easier for us to enhance collaboration with the rest of Africa. So it's a long journey. And we are excited that we've taken those steps. And the next step is to see the feasibility study done. On completion of the feasibility, we expect to start the construction of the facility, which will support both research and production functions.
Thank you very much, Engineer Tanui. Do you mind just unmuting or muting your mic? So there is a comment from Dr. Amos Chege, who says, Meru University Innovation Hub, I think opportunities for collaboration between academia, industry would be the best approach for technology transfer by equipping students with relevant skills to solve world problems. Student mentorship from experienced mentors will go in handy. I have just lost my... Someone has just shared something, here, so I won't go into that. So, unfortunately, we could actually have more time on this. I think this particular topic is a whole seminar on its own, as opposed to an hour, because one needs to actually really, go deeper and come out with various, streams that actually discuss whether it's capacity, it's infrastructure, it's technology transfer. There are even issues of intellectual property that we did not even touch on. There's Article 66.2 of TRIPS agreement, which compels developed countries to provide incentives for their companies to transfer technology to less developed countries. We did not even touch on that. And so those are some of the things that, in essence, could go into a whole seminar on its own. So let me thank the panelists for your contributions. Thank you very much for the preparation and also for empowering, all the participants with your knowledge and also for equipping, CONSA. I think you're better equipped now than, when we started in terms of what you want to do on vaccine production. Great people, Kenyans out in South Korea, TIPO and BioVac and the Africa Vaccine Manufacturing Initiative that he leads, also ready to to assist. You've got assistance at home from Dr. Kimoto and Kemri and the government of Kenya. So thank you very much, and also to recognize the board chairman of CONSA Technopolis, Dr. Ruben Mutiso. Welcome. So now I'd like to hand over to the president of the African Division of International Association of Science Parks, Ms. Hawa Yabani, to do the vote of thanks.
Maybe
Hawa, over to you.
before we close, we would kindly request that you have our chairman just say hi.
Okay, Dr. Mutiso, over to you.
Thank you very much. I've sat, I've listened, and there's nothing as great as just listening to intelligent people, listening to conversations that flow. This has been wonderful. I have a lot of respect for associations, international associations, and this forum is doing a great job. Some of the points that I've picked, I wouldn't have picked them anywhere, not in books, not in journals. I would have loved to have stayed with you from morning till now, but I got in, then left, got in again, left, and now I'm in until you finish. But thank you very much. Good people, I can see great friends of mine, Professor out there, Professor Micheka. It's great having new people. As we walk this journey, the constant journey, we need support from all over the place. And collaboration is vital. We can't walk this journey alone. We must walk along with people who have gone through some of these things, some of these initiatives. So thank you very much. Great seeing you, McLean. Wonderful. You've led very well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mutiso, for those kind words, and also for the leadership that you're providing, not only to CONSA, but to the region as a whole. So with that, let me hand over to the IASP Africa Division President. It's been my absolute pleasure and honor to be part of these deliberations over the last hour and a half. Hawa, over to you.
Thank you so much, McLean. I was really hoping you'd make it, and you did. Thank you so much for the great moderation there. I stand again on all existing protocols to thank you all for joining us today at the first web forum of the IASP Africa Division, hosted by CONSA Technopolis, led by engineer John Tanui. John and his team indeed worked hard to make this event the huge success that it was. We sincerely apologize for the technology hitch earlier in the day, which was impressively pivoted to get us back on track. I'm sure that we all enjoyed the very rich conversations that were had. So much was said about the potentials within Africa, or rather the African continent as a whole, that can be harnessed with the right levels of commitments, solid and futuristic delivery plans, dedicated resources backed by strong political will, and importantly, collaborations between relevant actors from different countries within the continent. The forum has placed a positive burden on the IASP Africa Division to serve as an important influencer, shaper, and platform for the required collaborations for innovation-driven solutions to the continent's many challenges post the pandemic. The discussion on the facilities for producing vaccines was very interesting, where on the one hand, we heard about the extent that Africa is lagging behind through, though being a major consumer, and on the other hand, the African human capacity that is involved in other parts of the world in the production of the vaccines. There was a call for such initiatives to be boosted within the continent itself, with all the inputs required to be very, very successful. Among so many other things, many aspects of all the conversations were very, very interesting, but I picked on this part, which was, of course, the last panel and, you know, the whole capacity in Africa that needs to be boosted, etc. Special thanks to the IASP CEO, Eberlund, and her team that were with us, our distinguished international and local speakers, as well as the many guests that were with us. Again, I want to invite everyone to explore the Inspiring Solutions program, where entries are currently being received from science and technology parks and areas of innovation that will be showcased during the IASP World Conference that is coming up in September 2021. So with this, I will wrap up. I think I must say that on behalf of the IASP generally, on behalf of the IASP Africa division, we would really love to grow the African network. As far as our division is concerned, we constitute a very little percentage of the global players in this field. And it's not because we can't, it's not because we're not, you know, we don't have projects around Africa that can be part of it, maybe because we need to do more in terms of sharing the good news about the IASP and what it has the potentials to do for us as Africans. So I'd like to really, really invite all to consider being a part of this journey, to consider being members of the IASP Africa division. Feel free to contact us either through Konza or directly through the Africa division. I'm the president. We can engage, or even the IASP directly, and I'm sure they'll channel your communication to the right members of the Africa division team. Thank you all so very much. I wish you a fantastic rest of the day. It's 3:45 p.m. here in Nigeria. I'm sure it's later where you are, some of you. So I won't keep you for any longer. Thank you so much and have a great day and a weekend ahead. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Thank you, Hawa. Here to serve you the Kenyan tea. If you give us a minute, we are serving you the Kenyan tea. I hope, Eric, you are ready. It's coming hot, the Kenyan tea, in a minute.
Kenya's hospitality is unmatched. A smile illuminates any place you walk into, every place you look. Our airports are well prepared to receive visitors. Sanitation points check. Temperature monitoring points check. We are assured of world-class service at Jomo Kenyatta International Airport in Nairobi, Moi International Airport in Mombasa, Kisumu International Airport, and Eldoret International Airport. You will experience a smooth transport network into our beautiful cities and destinations. You can hail a cab, but if you are at adventurous type, you will want to try out the public transport, where you have an opportunity to experience our phenomenal matatu culture. Our hospitality industry has something to offer for everyone. You can choose your haven from a wide range of distinct 5-star hotels, lodges, and tented camps, among others. To not miss out on the magic in our nightlife. Truly magical Kenya nights.
I hope you enjoyed. We will physically serve you when you visit next. Until next time, thank you so very much, and it's a wrap.
Thank you, and see you in Kenya.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
That was really a Kenyan tea. Beautiful. Thank you.